NLP and Mindfulness with Julianne Marentet, Education with Christopher Tremblay. We'll speak about streaming media with Eduardo Espinoza. And finally, we'll talk to microbiologist Emily Varga. Stay tuned. The Face to Facebook livecast will begin in a few moments. Sit tight. Tonight on the Face to Facebook livecast, we'll talk NLP and Mindfulness with Julianne Marentet, Education with Christopher Tremblay. We'll speak about streaming media with Eduardo Espinoza. And finally, we'll talk to microbiologist Emily Varga. Stay tuned. The Face to Facebook livecast will begin in a few moments. Sit tight. Tonight on the Face to Facebook livecast, we'll talk NLP and Mindfulness with Julianne Marentet, Education with Christopher Tremblay. We'll speak about streaming media with Eduardo Espinoza. And finally, we'll talk to microbiologist Emily Varga. Stay tuned. The Face to Facebook livecast will begin in a few moments. Sit tight. Tonight on the Face to Facebook livecast, we'll talk NLP and Mindfulness with Julianne Marentet, Education with Christopher Tremblay. We'll speak about streaming media with Eduardo Espinoza. And finally, we'll talk to microbiologist Emily Varga. Stay tuned. Well, hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to Therapeutic Thursday. Today's show is dedicated to anybody that is involved in the healing arts, whether you are in the physical, spiritual, or mental healing arts, then this show is for you. Thank you for joining me. We do have some fantastic guests. I've been told to make a correction that Emily Varga, she wishes to be referred to as a microbiology student, not a microbiologist. I don't really know what the difference is, and I'm assuming that I will be amply corrected when we get to her interview later tonight. We got a whole bunch of stuff for tonight. We're going to speak with, as well, Eduardo Espinoza from Lima, Peru. So we'll see how well I can navigate that. Language barrier. We'll find out. It may be interesting. As always, I will be happy to take and play your requests. Just leave them in the comments on the video, and we'll go from there. Anyway, we're going to start with this. This is probably, at one point, was my favorite Elton John song. I don't think it's my favorite Elton John song anymore, but it is definitely within the top 5. I do have the Pink Floyd mug, so we're getting off to a good start. Jeff Gallagher, it's good to see you too, sir. You're a gentleman and a scholar. On a side note, I was up. Hey, George, from sunny FLA. I was up. Normally what happens is when I get done the show, I go back inside. You know, it's midnight midnight Eastern Standard Time when the show ends, and I'm tired, and usually I watch like an hour worth of TV if I can get through it, just to calm my brain down, and then I immediately collapse, wake up like a shot at around 7 o'clock in the morning for some ungodly known reason, and then get up and do what I have to do, prepare for the day, book more guests, make the title cards, and figure out what I'm going to do. But today was extra special because I got to work on a special project, which is so exciting, and I can't wait to actually talk about it. Anyway, but then I didn't actually get a chance to go lie down before the show, so I'm extremely tired right now, and we'll see how long the voice lasts. Corey McCrindle says, several small species of small furry mammals gathered together in a cave and grooving with a pict. Not going to happen. You're a funny guy, though. Mr. Don Curtis. Hey, Chris, how are you? I'm sorry. Hey, you say, hey, Chris. I say, hey, Don, how are you? All right, let's do this Elton John tune. Oh, I can't lie. No more of your darkness. fade to black and white. I'm growing tired, and time stands still before me. Frozen here on the ladder of my life. Too late to save myself from falling. I took a chance and changed your way of life. But you misread my meaning when I met you. Closed the door and left me blind by the light. Don't let the sun go down on me. Although I search myself, it's always someone else I see. Just allow a fragment of your life to wander free. But losing everything is like the sun going down on me. Oh, I can't find all the right romantic lines. See me once and see the way I feel. Well, don't discard me. Well, just because you think I mean you harm. These cuts I have, well, they need love to help them heal. Well, don't let the sun go down on me. Although I search myself, it's always someone else I see. Just allow a fragment of your life to wander free. Losing everything is like the sun going down on me. Don't let the sun go down on me. Although I search myself, it's always someone else I see. Just allow a fragment of your life to wander free. But losing everything is like the sun going down on me. The finata, as we determined we are going to call that note at the end, that series of high notes, rather, that make up make up those high notes. Mr. David Michael, I was picturing you singing that song the whole darn time. Well, thank you, Corey. I did myself approve of that exact same song. Alrighty. Well, it's not that I would be against trying to figure out how to do several species of small furry mammals gathered together in a cave and grooving with a pict, but the problem is that the looper's not set up for that short of a loop thing. Although now you've got me thinking about it, because we like a oh yeah, I don't know. I'd have to plug the microphone in. I don't know. Maybe. Let me think about how to do that. I'd have to have a microphone plugged in the looper, which I don't currently have. So anyway. All right. Well, let's do one more tune, and then I want to play something by Aubrey Tarian that we got. She sent 2 songs, and I've only played one of them so far, and I really enjoyed the first one. Let's do this one. We've done it a couple of times before, but I do my own kind of version of it, and I kind of like it. Might be on a bit on the fast side, but I don't know. And the wind cried, Mary. And Rory cried and ran down the glen and slashed up his cream or ran down the rugged ratch. And the wind cried, Mary. Thank you. There, that's what you get. The very tail end of several small species. All right. This is going to be a little fast, but we're going to try it. Hello, Elena Frost. Emily tries but misunderstands. She's often inclined to borrow somebody's dreams till tomorrow. There is no other day. Let's try it another way. You lose your mind to play free games for me. See Emily play. Soon after dark, Emily cries, gazing through trees in sorrow, hardly a sound till tomorrow. There is no other day. Let's try it another way. You lose your mind to play free games for me. See Emily play. Touches the ground, float on a river forever and ever, Emily. There is no other way. Let's try it another day. was going with the ending there. Really old Pink Floyd there. See Emily play. I hope that sort of makes up for the other thing. All right. Let's play that Aubrey Tarian song. It's called Roses. And I haven't heard it yet, but I liked the other thing that she did. And then we're going to get maybe one or two more songs, and we'll get to our first guest, whom I know quite well.
How many roses must a girl throw away till a boy realizes she don't want 'em? And how many hearts must this girl break till she realizes she don't need them? No more sending roses to her door. You keep them coming, but she's over the decor. She doesn't like you. She doesn't want them anymore. She don't need you, send them away, She doesn't want them anymore. She doesn't want them anymore. How many roses must a boy throw down just to hear you call him back? And how many times must she go through the answer that she wants to be alone? No more sending roses to her door. You keep them coming, but she's over the decor. She doesn't like you. She doesn't want them anymore. She don't need you, she don't need you, send them away. She doesn't want them anymore. She doesn't like you. She doesn't want them anymore.
Roses to my, 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 roses to my. Roses to my, roses to my, roses to my.
She doesn't like you. She doesn't want them anymore. She don't like you. She don't need you. Send them away. Send them away. She
Now what do I do with all the roses? I've got so many roses. All right, well, let's bring it up a bit, shall we? We got about 9 minutes before we'll be talking with our first guest, but let's do this one. This is a good tune. Hey, Brian. Hi, Bonnie. Guess there were times when we all need to share a little pain. Ironing out the rough spots is the hardest part when memories remain. And it's times like these when we all need to hear the radio. Guys from the lips of some old singer, we can share the troubles we already know. So turn them on, turn them on, turn on those sad songs. When all hope is gone, why don't you tune in and turn them on? Reach into your room, whoa, 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 just feel their gentle touch. When all hope is gone, you know sad songs say so much. When someone else is suffering enough, oh, to write it down. When every single word makes sense, then it's easier to have those songs around. The kick inside is in the light that finally gets to you. And it feels so good to hurt so bad and suffer just enough to sing the blues. So turn them on, turn them on, turn on those sad songs. When all hope is gone, why don't you tune in and turn them on? Reach into your room, whoa, 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 just feel their gentle touch. When all hope is gone, you know sad songs say so much. Well, sad songs they sing, sad songs they sing, sad songs they sing, sad songs they sing so much. So turn them on, turn them on, turn on those sad songs. When all hope is gone, why don't you tune in and turn them on? Reach into your room, whoa, 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 just feel their gentle touch. When all hope
and all hope is gone. You know the sad songs say so much. Every little bit of hope is gone. Sad songs say so much. When every little thing is going wrong, sad songs say so much. When every little thing is going wrong, you know sad songs say so much.
Alrighty then. Well, Bonnie and Brian, you guys had asked for this one before. And I want to try it. I don't know how well I'm going to be able to play it, but we'll see. Definitely not with those sounds. It's like a seal horn. I like it. I like it. Sometimes it's just so nice to listen to a real simple drum beat while somebody looks up the words to a song. All right. Let's see if we can get this. That's not bad. And then we'll go up here and we'll change this to... That was a thunderous one. Some people stay far away from the door if there's a chance of it opening up. They hear a voice in the hall outside and hope that it just passes by. Some people live with the fear of a touch and the anger of having been a fool. They will not listen to anyone, so nobody tells them a lie. I know you're only protecting yourself. I know you're thinking of somebody else, someone who hurt you, but I'm not above making up for the love you've been denying you could ever feel. I'm not above doing anything to restore your faith if I can. Some people see through the eyes of the old before they ever get a look at the young. I'm only willing to hear you cry because I am an innocent man. I am an innocent man. Oh, yes, I am. Some people say they'll never believe
another promise they hear in the dark. Because they only remember too well they heard somebody tell them before. Some people sleep all alone every night instead of taking a lover to bed. People find that it's easier to hate than to wait anymore. I know you don't wanna hear what I say. I know you're gonna keep turning away. I've been there, and if I can survive, I can keep you alive. I'm not above going through it again. I'm not above being cool for a while. If you're cruel to me, I'll understand. Some people run from a possible fight. Some people figure they can never win. Although this is a fight I can lose, the accused is an innocent man. Well, I am an innocent man. Oh, yes, I am an innocent man. No, you only hurt yourself out of spite. Guess you'd rather be a martyr tonight. It's your decision, but I'm not above making up for the love. There's a chance of resurrecting a love. I'm not above going back to the start to find out where the heartache began. Some people hope for a miracle cure. Some people just accept the world as it is. I'm not willing to lay down and die because I am an innocent man. I am an innocent man. Oh, yes, I am an innocent man. Ooh, oh, oh, oh.
That one's tough to do. Not going to lie. Probably could have done it better. I tried to switch over. There's a part in the middle where it goes right before he starts back in singing where it gets really quiet and you hear the. And I tried to switch back over, but I transposed the keyboard, so I ended up playing the the seal horn sound. Oh, it was terrible. All right, well, before this falls off the rails any further, let's get our first guest on the line. Oh, well, Brian, I'm glad you enjoyed it. So very glad you enjoyed it. All right, let me just flip myself off of the widescreen camera. At least, I've got it now where it's defaulting to not the crotch cam. So the first image that people see of me is not the crotch cam. So that's that. At least that's good. We are talking to our first guest, who ironically is speaking to me via video messenger from a scant 30 to 40 feet away. Hello, how are you doing?
Hello.
And I don't have to ask you if everybody there is safe and sound, because I know. So,
Relatively safe, but Sunny is actually in the room, so it's iffy right now.
oh, okay. So for those of you who are unaware, Sunny is an Amazon green parrot, and also a phenomenal pain in the ass. So if you hear some screaming noises coming,
He
or
just laughed at that. He thought that was really funny.
yeah, of course he did.
Yeah.
Anyway, we are talking with Julianne Maritet, who, besides being a completely delightful person, also specializes in neuro-linguistic programming and holistic mindfulness and a whole bunch of other good things like that. And first, before we go anywhere, even remotely, can you please explain to those of us who don't maybe know what the heck is neuro-linguistic programming?
Well, I do both neurolinguistic programming and cognitive behavioral therapy. I'm certified in both. They're both just basically fancy ways of saying retraining your brain toward better mindsets, towards better thinking patterns, so you can overcome habits or just even problems with perspective. A lot of times we grew up in very negative mindset perspectives or in mindsets of lack, that sort of thing. So it's basically overcoming those challenges, laying down some new neural pathways, and then giving you some tools so that you can train those new neural pathways so they will be the default pathways and let the other ones kind of disintegrate.
Okay, perfect. So it's kind of like basically talking yourself into a good place. Is that
Yeah.
the super real simple way of putting it? Um,
Yep.
and then the other part you said is cognitive therapy. So what's that for those of us who maybe not in the know, like myself, for
The
example?
cognitive behavioral therapy, it's working with basically the same system. It has the same goals, the same end results, but you're doing it in less of a thought process way and more of with actual physical work. So there's a lot of things like making lists or doing specific exercises to help you really ingrain these new beliefs, these new thought patterns into your mind. So it's basically just like weight training for the brain.
Gotcha. So one is perhaps being able to talk yourself into better behavior, and the other half is steps you can take to maintain that better behavior.
That would be fairly accurate, yeah.
Okay, good. So maybe you can explain to a little bit to us, why is this so exceptionally important, and especially now, when we're faced with all of this kind of dread and uncertainty and, suspicion and, how
Oh,
is
why
this?
on earth would that be important? Why wouldn't you want to feel nasty and negative and scared all the time? Okay, that would be why. Well, let me put it to you this way. I'm going to give you a little exercise to do. So everybody who's out there, I want you to raise your dominant hand. So Christopher, that's your left. And I want you to put it just about eye level, and I want you to spin it counterclockwise. So go counterclockwise. Okay, you got it going counterclockwise. Now bring it down. And now look at it. So if you're up here and you're going counterclockwise, you come down, it's now going clockwise. So you are going to find perspective is literally everything. When you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change.
Okay, sorry, I'm going through that, but it didn't actually go clockwise. It stayed counter.
Bring your hand up
Yeah,
above eye level, just like to here.
yeah.
Go in pick a motion. Pick it whichever way you want. Clockwise, counterclockwise.
Okay.
Then bring it down and look at it. You will be going in the opposite direction. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So it's about changing that perspective. If you're looking at something from fear and lack and anxiety, you're going to be making decisions based on those things rather than feeling like I am going to take every opportunity I can and make things work. You're going to be feeling like nothing is going to work for me, so why even bother? We tend to use a little bit less of our courage, if you will, but we don't take any risks. And if you're not taking any risks, you're not making any progress because you cannot make changes without risk. The other nice thing about NLP is you really get to know yourself when you're using it. I think most of us, we become so habituated to the way that we have been thinking, because most of your thinking happens in the subconscious. That's about 90% of your thought process happens in the background. And throughout the day, you're not even consciously aware of the thoughts that are running you. It's just happening and you are reacting to it. Most of the thoughts that were in your programming were actually put in between the time you were born and the age of roughly 7. So you've got basically a kid running your life in the background. And while that kid may have been adorable and really sweet, they are really not up to the task of running an adult life, especially in this day and age. Like, we're having a pandemic now. Is that 7-year-old really equipped for that? I do not think so. So it's really important that we allow ourselves to take mental notes of our mental notes. What's our self-talk like? What are our expectations? What filters are we running through when we have a conversation with someone? There's always going to be somebody in your life who you automatically have the same type of conversation with. You automatically have the same types of arguments with, or they automatically get your hackles up for the same reasons every time. And it's because of that programming that's back there. It's not necessarily because they are actually wanting us to feel that way. It's we're habituated to. So if you can change the way you process and make choices, then you can change all the outcomes in your life, all the relationships, all the circumstances, all the experiences. You know, and that's a lot, I know.
Well, no, I'm thinking about it while we're having this conversation, while you're giving me this incredibly detailed description of what it is. Mm-hmm. Is you know, is it somewhat similar to saying, you know, when we talk about change your way of thinking or change your phrasing? So, for example, changing the phrasing of "I'm not stuck at home, I'm safe at home."
Absolutely.
That
there?
So that's part of building those blocks. And then in that case, I will say that the song that I just played, "An Innocent Man" by Billy Joel, talks about, you know, changing those blocked pathways as well. So there you go. That's my tie-in to that.
There you go. It was perfect. It was like did that on purpose.
Yeah, there we go. It's like subliminally, I was talking myself into playing that song in preparation for this conversation. So
I mentioned you earlier. You just thought it was you.
Oh, okay. So during a time like this, when we're all kind of stuck with ourselves and stuck with our thoughts, it can be, you know, pretty daunting for some of us that maybe don't have the insightfulness yet, or the willingness to kind of look within ourselves and answer some tough questions. So, do you have anything? Maybe some preliminary exercises or some suggestions that people can do to try to, you know, coax those pathways open?
I do. And honestly, if you're feeling comfortable and content, you don't necessarily even have to make changes right now. If you are feeling like this is a good spot for you to be in for coping with this, stay there. That's great. But if your mindset is not satisfying to you, if you're feeling stressed, if you're feeling anxious, if you're, you know, having panic attacks or insomnia, then absolutely you can make some changes. And one of the best ways to make a change is just reach for the next highest thought. So as you're just sitting there and you're twiddling your thumbs and you are, you know, staring at the television for yet the 170th hour, you can just look and see what is the best thought you can possibly come up with at that particular moment in time. What is the best feeling thought I can come up with? And it can be a hope for the future. It can be a joke that you heard of, something that you wish for. It can be a memory. Doesn't matter. Whatever is going to feel the best to think. And then think on that for 30 seconds. Just 30 seconds of focusing on that best feeling thought you can possibly come up with is all it takes to actually change the chemical makeup in your body. Your body actually becomes habituated to your mindset because it is going to give it, sorry, Sonny's chit-chatting behind me. It's going to give you the chemical reactions because your body is simply reacting to your thoughts and the emotions that go with it. If you have a thought that gives you the emotion of fright, it's going to release that flight or fight response with with your central nervous system. It's going to get the adrenals functioning. It's going to shut down the circulation to the vital organs, and it's going to pulse it out and leave that energy and that circulatory essences into your extremities so you can, run away from the avalanche or fight the puma. We're really not using our fight or flight anymore for physical things. It's usually mental. That's a whole other thing I can get into. But if you are allowing yourself to have a good feeling thought, it's going to bring all that nutrition and energy back into those vital organs. It's going to allow them to function better. It's going to bring out serotonin. It's going to bring out all of those happy hormones, those good feeling, comfortable, confident hormones that are in your body. So when that happens as well, what's important, especially right now, is when you are having that beautiful parasympathetic nervous system set in, that's the happy one, the good one, the one that keeps us functioning at optimal levels, we actually have our immune system boosted. When we have to shut down our organs because of fight or flight, it shuts down the immune system as well. It's going to say, we're not worried about fighting off the cold right now. Somebody's trying to stab us. So that's what we have to focus on. So we need to bring back that parasympathetic nervous system and feel as good as we can, because then our immune system is boosted, and should a virus of any kind happen to come into our system, we're better able to fight it off.
Yeah.
So it's really important that we do focus on the positive, and then we're not getting on anybody's nerves in our household, and we don't have to dig big holes in our backyard.
Yeah, it's I think it's somewhat akin, if I'm not mistaken, it's somewhat akin to when you were a kid and you maybe were, about to try to fall asleep, and you were, or woke up from a nightmare, and your mom would come in and stroke your hair and tell you, think happy thoughts, and that's how you'll fall asleep, because, you're fostering that parasympathetic nervous system. And it's also the kind of esoterically the thought behind, good vibes, right? So, I'm somewhat of a believer in the fact that the body can heal itself when the mind is in the right place. I mean,
and quantum physics proves it. There are tons of studies actually in that. It's just very difficult to get your mind into a pure positive state of believing. That's the trick.
Yeah, but further to that point, I don't think it takes the place of. I think that medicine and this can augment each other. For example,
absolutely.
I don't think I can simply think polio away. But if I'm going through cancer and I'm going through chemotherapy and I'm completely despondent about it and I'm not being hopeful, then there's a chance that what you were saying about misdirecting
directly to your thoughts and emotions. Absolutely. And yeah, they can work hand in hand. Anything in the allopathic areas are going to work better if you are in a better state of mind, if you're in a better state of health, if your body is ready to receive positively anything that you're giving to it, whether it be chemotherapy or insulin, whatever it might be. If your body is in homeostasis, it's going to react better to it.
Yeah, and I think it's important that we use the terminology like that, so it's not like we're not saying, oh, just think positively and everything's going to be fine. What you're doing is you're thinking positively to increase the likelihood that your body will become more receptive to these things. And I think if people think about it that way, it'll be a little bit less, new agey, and you can start to see that there's actually science that supports it, right? I just want to jump in with a comment here from the chat. Candy Chauvin says, it's easy to forget these exercises if we don't practice them. And when you're going through a hardship, which is why it's important to have a healing expert such as yourself to bring ourselves back to a positive mindset and state. But I think it's interesting that we use the word exercise, because I think just like physical exercise, if you don't continue to run the rudiments of this through mentally, then it's the same type of thing. If you let your body go into stasis, then you have to work twice as hard to get back to that state you once were. And perhaps it works the same way mentally.
It really does. Basically, your subconscious brain is going to follow the neural pathways that you most commonly take. So if you are cognizant and you are actually focusing and choosing rather than just letting it happen, kind of just following old habits, you can start developing new ones. So it is really important that, you start to recognize when you're in a state of mind that isn't working for you, that doesn't feel good. And I always say, use your emotions as signposts. It's basically Life's way of saying, this is a thought you shouldn't be having. Stop, go back, detour around. And that's not to say that you just simply ignore problems. You just try to find a different perspective on them. And honestly, if you do have to ignore it for a few minutes just to kind of bring down that emotional momentum that's attached to them, do that. Change your mind for a bit and then come back to it.
Yeah.
One of the ways, though, and I know a lot of people right now, I've seen online quite a few people, and I've even talked to a few of my clients that I've done video visits with over the last little bit, or phone visits. I've had a few people saying they're actually encountering panic attacks, and even people who were not necessarily prone to them before. And if that's something that you're finding, or even if you're just finding you're kind of getting overwhelmed, I'm so sorry that Sunny's being a pain in the butt. But even if you're finding you're getting overwhelmed, one of the easiest things you can do just to kind of chill yourself out immediately, take your thumb out, and you're going to rub it on your lips. I'm going to have to grab him again. Sorry. He's so fun, isn't he?
Can you just can you wear an eye patch and just put him on your shoulder? That would complete the yeah.
Well, you know what, and I do, and I'm sure you've seen my shoulders are actually scratched from his little claws. But if you take your thumbnail and you rub it along your lip, it actually will stimulate the same hormones that are given to you when you're in childbirth. So it's that beautiful, calming, soothing, connected feeling. It is that comfortable, nurtured feeling. Think of it as that feeling you get when you're kissing, or a babe at mother's breast, that comfortable, secure, loved feeling. It will instantaneously do that to you. People may look at you funny, but you'll feel better about it anyway. So it doesn't matter if they look at you funny, and maybe they'll think you're flirting. It's fine, whatever. But it does instantaneously have a chemical change in your system take effect, and you will feel, even if it's not, incredibly better, a little bit better can get you a long way, because then you can take over with your mindset from there.
Gotcha. I want to ask you the couple questions that I've been asking all of my guests, which is from the life that we enjoyed a few weeks ago, or maybe a little over a month ago now. What's the thing that you miss the most? And then on the flip side of that, because we've now find ourselves as forced isolationists or forced seclusionists with all this time on our hands and nothing to do with it, has there been anything that, to your surprise, has been comforting or joyful or peaceful besides the bird?
Besides the bird, well, honestly, I'm kind of a homebody anyway, so I'm not really missing too much. I do kind of miss just being able to pop out to the Rexall and get something should I require it. But honestly, there's not a whole lot we're currently needing anyway. And I think for a lot of us, they don't want it. I certainly don't want things to go back to the normal we came from. I'm hoping that we're going to evolve into a new normal that kind of incorporates some of the things that we're now finding we're lacking in our society, in our life, in our communities. And I think that we're all going to come out of this so much better. I really do. I'm kind of feeling positive and hopeful about it. And yes, I can start to feel kind of sad and grief-stricken about the people who are struggling and who are ill and who have passed away. But that's really not going to help me, and it doesn't help them. So I have to remember not to put my mindset there. We just have to, bring it back. But I think for a lot of us, there really is hope at the end of this, and it's for me not that difficult to cope with. But one of the things that I've really loved is the way people are coming together and they're communicating. And we are so lucky that this is happening now. Think back in Spanish flu times, you didn't know whether people who lived hours away from you, family members, sisters, brothers, mothers, you didn't even know whether they lived or died. You couldn't get into communication with them. Now we can pop on a chat with mom 5 times a day, get her recipe for that cake she made at, dad's birthday party, whatever. We can still communicate and chat. I think that's so great. And I think we're all taking advantage of that more, just like you and your show, and, getting online and talking with people and sharing different people's music and ideas. And I really hope that we bring that sense of community and connection with us when we're finally out in the world again.
Well said. Well said. I was gonna inquire, whether or not you think that the whole idea, not just behind what I'm trying to do here, but behind the ability to communicate via technology now, if you think that is more important now than ever, and you answer that question, so I don't even have to go there. Um, you are also doing your own streaming program in which you're talking about some of the things that you normally talk about with your clients in your practice. And if you would be so kind, when this is done, just drop that link into the comments so that people can go and check it out. That would be very cool. Uh, I want to thank you so much for taking this opportunity to chat with everybody, and helping us realize that even though things are daunting and even though they seem overwhelming at times, it is very much within your control how you want to approach that mentally. And if you just begin to put a little more of a positive spin on it, however that's going to look for you, it really goes a long way.
Absolutely. And once you've got that positive spin, you'll even recognize the possibilities that are out there for you to help you, bring yourself into the life you actually want. When we're feeling negative, we're going to shut things down. When we're feeling positive, we're open. So you will find more good things will happen to you with the more good thoughts you've got.
Excellent. All right. Well, I can't think of a better way to end it. So thank you so much. I appreciate you taking the time.
No problem. Let me know if you need anything from the house.
Okay. Will do.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Bye.
Well, there we had the delightful Julie Marentet, who was talking to us about mindfulness and the effect that thinking positively can have on the body. And, I should say that I was not a big proponent or believer in that. And I'm changing my mind, because it's not that I simply think that thinking good thoughts is going to fix everything, but it certainly helps. Thoughts and prayers aren't going to correct a school shooting, but it sure is going to make yourself feel better that you're putting yourself in a place of vulnerability and trying to empathize with another human being. Or if you know people who have been affected, that you're sharing that empathy with them. So I don't think it's necessarily that far removed from a scientific approach. If you listen to Julie's programs, she actually gets into the science of it, like some deep level quantum entanglement. Blows my mind. Anyway, that was Julie. Let's play something that was sent to me from Marty Back from SLR Studios, and this is a local band from Windsor called the Autumn Kings, that are doing absolutely phenomenal stuff. They are really taking off. I got to see them a few times at Rockstar Music Hall, and they're absolutely fantastic. I was given a warning when I play this song that apparently there's some strong language in it, or a strong theme or something like that. Anyway, whatever. Your mileage may vary, I guess, but it's the internet, where it's a big democracy. So without further ado, let's hear from the Autumn Kings.
Guess there's an asshole in all of us. Right? Nothing wrong with the text and the drive. When I cut to the front of the line, taking more than a piece of the pie.
Maybe you should check yourself.
Never parking between the lines, and I smoke cigarettes inside. Blow it all in your face and smile.
Maybe you should check yourself.
Can't stop talking. Hit you when I'm walking.
Hey babe,
What a shirt.
Won't say sorry.
nope.
You can say it for me.
Call me what you want, tell me what I am.
Say it, yeah, you can call me ASSHOLE. Spell it out so everybody knows it. 1, 2, 3, hey everybody, I'm an asshole. I'm an on a Monday night. Only job's to get in a fight. Pissed drunk at a post online. Maybe you should check yourself. Cat calling when I rhyme. Got a little bit of liquor on my mind. Here comes a pickup line. Hey, wanna
Can't stop talking. Hit you when I'm walking.
fuck out of my way.
Won't say sorry. You can say it for me. Call me what you want. Tell me what I am. Say it. Yeah, you can call me ASSHOLE. Spell it out so everybody knows it. 1, 2, 3. Hey, everybody, I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole. 'Cause that's what I am. Say it. Yeah, you can kiss my ASSHOLE.
Oh my god.
What?
You just like, I don't even know what to say
yeah,
to you
you don't
right
even know how
now.
to use words.
You're just like,
I know you've been dying to say it. Tell me.
I'm so pathetic.
Just fucking say it!
Say it, yeah, you can call me ASSHOLE. Spell it out so everybody knows it. 1, 2, 3, fuck everybody. I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole. I don't give a shit. Say it, yeah, you can kiss my ass. I keep talking that shit. I'm an asshole. I ain't never gonna quit. I'm an asshole. I just tell it like it is. I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole. I like all this shit. 'Cause I'm an asshole. You don't make me know a bitch. I'm an asshole. Suck my motherfucking dick. I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole.
Go fuck yourself.
Well, now I understand. Okay, whatever. Good stuff. Hey, if Dennis Leary can get away with it, anybody can get away with it. That's my impression, or my thought pattern on that. Well, let's get back to some music that I'm going to play for you. And Corey says he wants all songs to end like that. I think that those people could use some cognitive behavior therapy from Julie. I'm just saying. All right, well, I want to play this song from my good friend Derek Kenny. We just keep trading this song back and forth, he and I.
Well, they blew up the chicken man in Philly last night. Now they blew up his house too. Down on the boardwalk, they're getting ready for a hell of a fight. Gonna see what the racket boys can do. And now there's trouble busting in from out of state, and the DA can't get no relief. Gonna be a rumble out on the promenade, and the gambling commission's hanging on by the skin of its teeth. Well, now everything dies, baby, that's a fact. Maybe everything that dies someday comes back. Put your makeup on, fix your hair up pretty, and meet me tonight in Atlantic City. Well, I got a job and trying to put my money away, but I got debts that no honest man can pay. So I drew what I had from the Central Trust, and I bought us 2 tickets on that Coast City bus. Well, now everything dies, baby, that's a fact. Maybe everything that dies someday comes back. Put your makeup on, fix your hair up pretty, and meet me tonight in Atlantic City. Meet me tonight in Atlantic City. Hey, ooh. Now, luck may have died and our love may be cold, but with you forever I'll stay. We're going out where the sand's turning to gold, and put on your stockings, baby, 'cause the night's getting cold and everything dies, baby, that's a fact. Maybe everything that dies someday comes back. Well, I've been looking for a job, but it's hard to find. Down here's just winners and losers, and don't get caught on the wrong side of that line. Well, I'm tired of coming out on the losing end. So, honey, last night I met this guy, and I'm gonna do a little favor for him. Everything dies, maybe that's a fact. Maybe everything that dies someday comes back. Everything dies, baby, that's a fact. But maybe everything that dies someday comes back. Put your makeup on, fix your hair pretty. Meet me tonight in Atlantic City. Meet me tonight in Atlantic City. Meet me tonight in Atlantic City.
What a great tune. Love that tune. So much fun. Derek does an amazing job at it. Check him out. He does a live stream as well. Hey, Shelly Martinico. Let's try this one. Just because I'm in a peppy mood.
Waiting, watching the clock. It's 4 o'clock. It's got to stop. Tell him, take no more. She practices her speech as he opens the door. She rolls over, pretends to sleep as he looks her over. She lies and says she's in love with him. Can't find a better man. She dreams in color, she dreams in red. Can't find a better man. Can't find a better man. Can't find a better man. herself. There's no one else who needs to know, she tells herself. Memories back when she was smooth and strong and waited for the world to come along. Swears she knew it, now she swears he's gone. She lies and says she's in love with him, can't find a better man. She dreams in color, she dreams in red, can't find a better man. She lies and says she still loves him, can't find a better man. She dreams in color, she dreams in red, can't find a better man. Can't find a better man. Can't find a better man. She loved him, yeah. She don't wanna leave this way. She feeds him, yeah. That's why she'll be back again. Can't find a better man. Can't find a better man. Can't find a better man. Can't find a better man.
Woo. That was fun. Got a little bit into that one there. Not going to lie. I was feeling it. Well, again, if there's stuff you want to hear, Paul Longden says, Happy Therapeutic Thursday. Looking forward to Fubar Friday. Well, I'm trying to be a little more positive than that, Paul. Fabulous Friday, maybe. Fantastic Friday, maybe. Not frantic. Not frazzled. All right, let's try this one. This is a good one, too. I'm not even going to do a beat for it, just because I want to see how we can how free we can get for it. I got to thank Rob Shepley for this one as well.
Bus stop where she's there, I say, please share my umbrella. Bus stop, bus goes, she stays, love grows under my umbrella. Well, all that summer we enjoyed it, wind and rain and shine. That umbrella we employed it, by August she was mine. Every morning I would see her waiting at the stop. Sometimes she'd shop and she would show me what she bought. Other people stared as if we were both quite insane. Someday my name and hers are going to be the same. That's the way the whole thing started. Silly, but it's true. Thinking of it when romance beginning in a queue. wearing now. Nice to think that that umbrella led me to a vow. Everybody now would see her waiting at the stop. Sometimes she'd shop and she would show me what she bought. And other people stared as if we were both quite insane. Someday my name and hers are going to be the same. Bus stop and wet day, she's there, I say, please share my umbrella. Bus stop, bus goes, she stays, love grows under my umbrella. All that summer we enjoyed it, wind and rain and shine. Oh, that umbrella we employed it, by August she was mine. By August she was mine. By August she was mine.
Nice, right? I like it. Oh, Paul says foobar in a good way. Okay, sure. I get that. Perhaps he's talking about a little bit of the old inebriation. In that case, foobar might be a good thing. Sorry, my next guest is messaging me, so I'm just letting him know what he needs here. I just need you to answer when I call. Alrighty. Hey, Jocelyn, nice to see you. How's things up there? Play some Pogues. I don't know any Pogues, Tom. The only Pogues song I've ever wanted to learn is Fairy Tale of New York. All right, let's try something else here. Blah 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 blah. It's nice and warm now. Jocelyn says, hopefully the ice melts soon. Boo. We've had a cold snap down here, and I'm loving it. I was the only one up in the house today. Everyone else was still asleep. I had the screen door wide open. I had the windows wide open, and it was like an Arctic paradise. Loved it. Although I can understand if it's not your thing, then it's not your thing. But I loves me some cold. Well, let's try this one. First, let me get out of the well. And then let's transpose this sucker down. Because, clearly. Play Stuck With You, like by Huey Lewis and the News. Do 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 boom bum ba dum bum bum bum. We've had some fun. Ooh-ah-ooh. Yes, we've had our ups and downs. We might be able to do that. Clearly not in that key. We'll do it in the proper key, probably. I was just making it up to see if I remember the song.
I think I'm gonna say things today, yeah. Girl, let's drive got a ticket to ride. She's got a ticket to ride. She don't care. I don't know why she's riding so high. She ought to think twice, she ought to do right by me before she gets to saying goodbye. She ought to think twice, she ought to do right by me. I think I'm gonna be saying, I think it's today, yeah. Girl, that's driving me mad, it's going away, yeah. She's got a ticket to ride. She's got a ticket to ride. She's got a ticket to ride. She don't care. I don't know why she's riding so high. She ought to think twice, she ought to do right by me before she gets to saying goodbye. She ought to think twice, she ought to do right by me. I think I'm gonna be saying, I think it's today, yeah. The girl that's driving me mad is going away, yeah. She's got a ticket to ride. She's got a ticket to ride. She's got a ticket to ride. She don't care. My baby 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 don't care.
Woo! Tom Varga, I agree. It is one of the best songs ever. Not that one. We were talking about Fairy Tale in New York. And Bob Gabriel, oh my goodness, sounds great. Well, that is high praise indeed, sir, since you are a master of the piano, and I am fearful every time someone like you or Mark Calcott tunes in. Let's see here. Doop-a-doop-doop-doop-a-doop-doop-doo. Let's try this one. We have done it before, and it's a great tune. It's just that it's so happy. It's so happy, and I'm feeling in such a good mood right now. I can't explain why, but. That's a happy beat right there. Ooh, last thing on my mind, Corey, absolutely.
We traded, but there ain't a cloud in the sky. Must have been Without you, I'm a worker with the rain falling down. I'm half a party in a one-dog town. I need you to chase the blues away. Without you, I'm a drummer girl that can't keep a beat. An ice cream truck on a deserted street. I'm hoping that you're coming to stay. 'Cause I'm waiting on a sunny day. Gonna chase the clouds away. Waiting on a sunny day. Well, hard times, baby, well, they come to us all. Sure as the ticking of the clock on the wall. Sure as the turning of the night into day. Your smile, girl, brings the morning light to my eyes. Lifts away the blues when I rise. I hope that you're coming to stay. 'Cause I'm waiting on a sunny day. Gonna chase the clouds away. Waiting on a sunny day.
It's the weirdest ending ever. Very weird ending. Look at that. We ended like pretty much right on time for our next guest. I love it when that happens. So let me just get some things activated over here, and we'll get this fellow on the phone. It's not really the phone, I know. It's more the high-tech intertubes device. All right, and we're just going to switch the camera away from the pants cam here. The keyboard cam, I know, it's shocking. And we're just going to get him set up here. And Mr. Christopher Tremblay, are you there, sir?
Mr. Christopher Marinsaid, are you there?
I am here. Are you there?
I'm there.
Oh, good. I'm also there. Look behind you. Ah! All right. First, let me start by asking the most important question of all. How is everybody there? Everybody safe? Everybody feeling good?
Yeah, everybody's doing real well. We're introverts by nature anyway, so this is actually pretty manageable for the most part.
Right up your alley.
Yeah, you know what? We live in a nice house and a nice neighborhood and a good country, and you know, what more can you ask for, right?
Yeah.
There's no better time to be on a lockdown than as a Canadian in 2020. So it's all good.
You're darn tootin'. I cannot imagine what it would have been like to be going through this in the 1980s.
Yeah, no thanks.
Well, as it says on your title card here, not only are you a dear old friend of mine, but you are also an educator. And I kind of want to talk to you a little bit about, you know, the kind of the evolution that education has taken rapidly in this new kind of normal that we're in. And how are you finding the transition from, you know, going into more of a virtualized teaching environment?
It's definitely different. I mean, it came on pretty suddenly. We had 1 day's notice basically before the March break. Um, and really, unless you're already doing things online with your students, it's a big leap. So fortunately for me, I teach grade 8. Our kids are on Google Classroom, which is the platform that we use. A lot of people use that same platform. And my grade 8s were pretty comfortable with being able to hand in assignments and keep track of things. If you're a grade 2 or grade 3 teacher, I think it's a lot different. The kids don't manage technology as well, and the teachers just aren't used to the platform. So, I have a different perspective. I'm finding it's an easy transition for the most part, but it is tough. It's not easy for everybody, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I think part of the challenge for sure, the struggle with it, especially with the younger grades, is keeping them focused, right? Because when you're in a classroom, you're there, you're in a desk, and you know that the mode you're supposed to be in is receiving instruction. But when you're at home and you're surrounded by toys or siblings or the television or the internet or YouTube, it's probably very hard to direct your attention back to what you've been doing. And probably even as adults we have that problem when we're working from home. So what kind of feedback are you getting on the parental side in terms of how their kids are able to sort of adjust to this new method of learning?
Well, you probably know for the upper elementary, we're at 10 hours a week that we give the kids. So 2 hours a day. Most kids at that age can handle it. For the younger grades, it's 5 hours a week. But I think part of it is, like you said, when you're in a classroom, it's a different environment. There's a teacher present. We can stay on top of things. When you're at home, things are looser. They don't have as much of a routine. They don't have works that they're used to. I think it's probably a real struggle, especially for the younger ones, to be able to get through. And I think there's a lot of stress on parents too, who feel like they have to take a big role in making sure that their kids do the work that needs to get done. So it's definitely not easy. And I mean, for people like you and I, our kids are in an environment, a home environment, where they're supported and where there's technology. They're not all sharing one laptop. They have, reliable internet. And that's just not the case for a lot of households, especially once you get, I'm in Bell River out here in the county, once you get out a ways, people can't be downloading big videos that their teachers put on and things like that. It's just not happening. There's some places that still have dial-up internet.
Yeah.
So how do you, bridge the gap when it comes to that? So
for sure,
there's definitely some disparity, even within one class, where normally they have all the same resources, on their desk. Once they're at home doing the work, things get a lot more complicated. So it's, I'm lucky where I am. The feedback's been good from parents. I have great kids. They're engaged. I've heard from other teachers who the engagement's about 40% of their class is actually doing anything.
Yeah.
So we're going to start to see a real gap develop between kind of the haves and have-nots and the doers and the don'ts. So that's another issue that's, that's starting to rear its ugly head.
And I think, it's fair to note too that, parents are suddenly realizing what a daunting task being an educator, especially an elementary educator, is when you're, one half of you is the let's be the informed guardian role and the other half is the educator role. But especially now when parents themselves are finding that, they have to find a methodology for working at home themselves, but now they have to balance the working from home with helping their kids with the schoolwork. So, they don't get that respite of having the kids go off someplace else so that they can concentrate on what they're doing. So I think we're starting to find a real struggle between the balance of both of those, home life, work life, school life, all now becoming one life. It might be a little bit daunting for a lot of people. Do you have any suggestions for parents that may be struggling with that kind of a choice? Do I do my office work or do I do the schoolwork?
Well, I think you really all have to have your own space, and if you don't have your own space, you have to build that routine in for the kids. So if it's when my daughter wakes up, she stays up late. She's 13. She's in grade 8. She stays up late. She wakes up 10 or 11, and she'll do her schoolwork, with a bowl of cereal and knock it out in 2 hours. And that's just a routine that works for her. I have kids who at midnight are sending me messages on Classroom asking me questions about their work. So I think one of the things is you have to be able to figure out what's the best time for your child to feel like, they've got their groove and this is what works for them. But yeah, that's the other thing too. Most parents aren't just sitting around helping their kids. There are lots of people working from home. And it can be a challenge to balance that out. And as having one child who's 13, of course, the grade 8 teacher with the grade 8 child, she doesn't want any of my help whatsoever.
Sure.
So, super independent. But as you get down those grade levels and the kids need that support and they need to be kept on task, you're right. How do you balance that out? And I think it's tough. I have families that have both their parents are still working, and the stuff might not be getting handed in that needs to be handed in, and it's a struggle for parents to have that one extra layer of stress on top of everything else.
For sure.
So it's tough. Every situation is different. Every student is different. But if people feel like things are starting to get out of control, I tell my parents, don't hesitate to talk to me. We'll make whatever adjustments we need to make. At the end of the day, this is 3 months out of a 14-year career from JK to grade 12. 3 months isn't going to make that much of a difference.
Yeah.
And fortunately, everybody in the province will be in the same boat in September.
Yeah, it's
right?
not like...
Chances are things are not going to start up again. We're going to find out next week from the Minister of Education, but I really feel like they're not going to put us back in the classroom for the last 3 weeks of June just to have the kids off for another 8 weeks. It just doesn't necessarily make sense. And I don't think parents will feel safe sending their kids back.
I agree.
So what's the point of having kids for, half a class for 3 weeks?
Yeah.
We'll see what happens, but I just don't see that happening.
And, it's interesting. You point out and, make a very valid point that, this is happening provincially wide, federally wide, countrywide, nationwide at this point, that it's not that, there's an affluent area that's accepted from this, or it's not just somewhere, where schools can't get enough funding. So, I guess those kids aren't going to get, it's literally everyone is being affected by this. You also brought up another interesting point that I kind of want to touch on a little bit, and that is the timetable thing. So, when we go to schools, we have, you're expected to be at school between 7:30 and 8 o'clock. Class starts at 9, you're out at 2 or 2:30 or 3 o'clock or whatever your day looks like. But not everyone works on those rhythms, and you're starting maybe to see a little bit of that. Like you said with your daughter, she'll stay up later, but she'll get up a little bit later, but she'll still accomplish the work. Do you think that maybe this will usher in the idea that we don't necessarily need to always conform to these timetables, and that perhaps we may end up seeing somewhat of a relaxing of those timetables when all this comes about, because people learn differently, right?
For sure. And, especially, it's funny, the high school kids are the ones who start school the earliest. And meanwhile, they're the ones who need to sleep in the most. So maybe we'll see, a 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock start and the school day going longer. I think, if nothing else, all this gives us a lot of things to think about when it comes to education. Not necessarily the online part, because the reality is this is not online education. This is not e-learning what we're doing, not even close. This is crisis education during a worldwide epidemic. Right. So I think maybe you'll see teachers who are now, though, becoming more comfortable with the technology, who, don't mind doing a little bit of screen recording and posting it on YouTube for the kids and things like that. I think that's going to really be, something that's beneficial from all this. But there are, I know teachers who are sending out work. All the work goes out on Monday, and this is generally for older students. All the work goes out on Monday, and then as long as they finish it by Friday, they're good. So there's, we have 2 experimental high schools in Ontario. Mary Ward is one of them in Toronto, where the kids work on module type learning, where there is no homeroom class. They check in. If they decide they want to spend the whole day doing math, they spend the whole day doing math. If they know that they have a big assignment for history, they can spend 2 or 3 days working on that in school. And it offers a huge amount of flexibility for the right kids. Obviously, for some kids, it would be a total disaster. Yeah. But it would be great to see that sort of like the idea that kids can learn at their own speed and follow a module. It would be great to see that spread. We discussed this with my class, talking about improvements in technology and that sort of thing. And about 30% of the class thought that that might be a way that they think that they would learn best. So maybe this will open up some opportunities for us to look at things in different ways.
Yeah,
not much has changed over the last century, and it's it's time maybe where this might be the kick in the pants to at least, challenge ourselves to do things a little bit differently.
Well, it's certainly giving us an opportunity to examine the way that people learn and the way that people absorb information. It's funny because you say that there's these experimental schools, but coming from a Montessori background, that was my school. My school in all of primary school was very modular based, and yes, if I wanted to work on language arts, I worked on language arts. I still had to complete the rest of the curriculum, but it allowed me to kind of focus on the strengths that I had rather than necessarily penalize me overall for subjects that I wasn't particularly good in. As long as I was getting by with the math that I needed to get by with, I didn't need to necessarily lower my grade point average by concentrating on a subject that I had no interest in and was probably never going to pursue as a career anyway. Right.
True.
Right. But I think that maybe it's an excellent opportunity for us to, have some evaluation or some kind of maybe introspection on how our children learn better for themselves. Do they learn better when they're allowed to do things like practical life exercise or module based learning, or do they require the regimen of learning by rote? So what do you think is the biggest lesson that the Board of Education can come away with from learning during a time like this? I understand it's not e-learning and it's not an experiment. It's basically you're in crisis mode during a pandemic. I get that, but are there any lessons that we could take away from this?
Well, like I said, I think the technology aspect of it is now it's going to become more comfortable, especially in the younger grades. The idea of being able to, assign work on these platforms, and, for our kids, we can assign them a PDF text, and using read and write, it can read out loud to them. To write things, they can read into it, and it, takes their speech and it turns it into writing. That part of it is great. Just one of the things, when you think about how all this looks, and I don't know how much you've seen with your own kids, but it's basically teachers putting out lessons, and then, you're having to submit assignments back. For when you talk about different types of learners, there are those kinesthetic type learners who, do things with their hands, and that's what they like to do. They like to get up and move. This whole platform puts them at a big disadvantage because they really are being forced to write things out and put things onto that, attach that assignment, and send it in for some type of assessment. So, those are the kids. I'm looking at my kids who are the real hands-on kids, and I really am finding that they're the ones who struggle. And that might be a reminder for some teachers of, where those kids are at. So normally in the classroom, I try to make sure they're up and moving and give them a lot of choice and a lot of options. It's just so much harder to do that when it's only an online platform to be able to get those different sorts of things from them. So that's really, that's one of those things that'll challenge us right now too, is to try to make sure that those kids don't fall behind just because that's the best way that they learn. We have to make sure that we're kind of scooping them up and keep them along as well.
Yeah.
And it's good for the other kids to be able to do that too. The rising tide lifts all boats. We want to make sure that when we do things like that, we realize that it does help everybody else out. If they can do a little hands-on experiment or build something with their hands, that's something that we want them to reach out and, be able to do that rather than just being good at writing.
Yeah.
Most of the time when it comes to school, it's the kids who can memorize and write well who do well.
Yep.
And everybody else falls through the cracks, and then they eventually make their way out of school and get in the real world, and then that's when we see the real success.
Yeah.
Right. The real measurement of what they can do is once they're out of school, which is unfortunate. But that's one of the things, we don't really at this point want to advertise it too much, but the reality is that most of the work that's being done right now online really is not going to count towards a report card.
Yeah.
Because we can't get the best out of all these kids because of all the things that we finished talking about, home situations, technology issues, and just the way they learn. It's just impossible. And, for some kids, I've never seen their work better. So I know that there's some parental influence, and they're, looking over their shoulder and doing what they feel is best for their kid. It's just, as a rule, I don't mark anything that ever goes home. And so it's really hard to be able to assess things. Mostly we're giving them feedback, but we really can't, give a comprehensive summative assessment on the work that they're doing right now.
Yeah.
So it'll make for some very skimpy report cards. I guarantee you, people should not be surprised to see that there are a lot of gaps on the report card.
Yeah. Well, I think
Everybody will have the same gaps.
yeah, I think that people will be expecting that. I don't think anyone's going to hold the educators, feet over the flame about, I don't have a paragraph worth of information about why little Johnny is, not doing so well. But
Right. Yeah.
you again, you make the excellent point about the learning by rote and regurgitation, right? It's that age old thing where I just picture the teacher standing at the front of the class, and when they finish, it's like, oh, excellent droning. It's just it's the hammering the multiplication tables into people's heads so they can just spit it out in a Pavlovian daze. Do you think at the end of this that parents, now that they see maybe a little more clearly how involved one needs to be in the proper education of a child, do you think they're going to come away with more of a respect for teachers?
Yeah, I would think so. I would hope so. It's they'll see how hard it is to 2 or 3 kids, and then hopefully they'll think about what it's like to have a room of, I've got 28 kids right now, all sorts of different personalities, all sorts of different abilities, all with good hearts. But it can be really trying, and I can see where things would be very frustrating at home. So we don't want anybody to kiss our behinds at what we do in this country. We're paid really, really well, and we're very fortunate to have the opportunity to make a difference with the kids and be able to do what we do. But teaching can be exhausting. I'm in my 20th year. 19 of those years have been grade 8, and you would think at this point I could open a binder and I could just teach my way through it and never have to bring anything home. And on a good day, I'm probably doing 2 hours of work after. As it is right now, I'm putting in a full day. I'm up at 6:30 in the morning, post my assignments at 8 o'clock, and I've given myself office hours to shut things down at 3:30. In my mind, at least I try to. And just as I was listening to you play there, I was marking assignments because you've got a little time and you try to get a few things done. But things are different in the classroom. And again, dad of a 13-year-old, she's in grade 8 across the hall from me at school. It's when they're in that classroom environment, things are just different.
Yeah.
You have to act in a class and just the way that they've been trained, if you want to think of it. It's a lot easier to get them to focus in a classroom than at home, like you already mentioned. So hopefully there's some, appreciation there that it can be a really tough gig, especially when the learner isn't really that motivated. And I think that's one of the reasons why maybe the province hasn't shut down the whole idea of maybe going back, or hasn't said, what's the point of doing report cards? The kids do need that motivation. And the way that I've been looking at this whole continuous learning, I don't like to call it e-learning or anything, is we're providing an opportunity for kids to have a routine, have a little structure, have a little, social interaction in a time where, you float through the not sure what day it is. So at least you give them a reason to wake up in the morning. And, like I said, my daughter's never been happier. So she gets to sleep in. She does a few hours of work. She's pretty focused. If she could go through the rest of her school career like this, she may do it, but we'll see. We'll give her another 2 weeks and we'll see how she feels about that.
Gotcha.
So,
as you know, my mother was an educator both in the Montessori system and then in the public system as well. And when she left at the end of her career, it was really somewhat with a sense of despondence because she felt that her role as an educator had become more of a stats gatherer than of somebody who was really doing something meaningful in terms of dispersing education or instruction. And then the other side of that she found really challenging was there was no real ability to discipline anybody anymore. And so therefore there was no real way to maintain a control over a classroom. And do you find that these, are you noticing that these are trends as well? Because we now live in this age of privilege, right? In this age of, well, I don't have to do that if I don't want to. And everybody's got a participation ribbon. And does that kind of translate, into your experience in the classroom as well?
Well, I've been fortunate. I have to say that I've only ever taught at two schools, 10 years at my first school, 10 years at the school I'm at right now. Um, and I've always had really good parents who are really supportive. Very few times have I ever had a parent who doesn't support me. And, honestly, I haven't noticed a big difference in the attitudes of kids over the last 20 years of teaching grade 8. A 13-year-old, today is just like they were back then in a lot of ways. And I think, it used to be, I have an uncle who taught for a while. He's been retired for about 10 years. And he said in his first few years of teaching, you would take the mouthiest kid in the room on the first day, you take him into the janitor's closet, you'd lay a little bit into him physically, and then bring him back crying in the room, and that set the tone for the year. And he said by the end of his career, that completely changed, and it became, you made sure you had a lot of suckers on hand to give to the kids who were doing good, right, as a motivator for the other kids to do their best. But I think it really comes down to, sometimes you're just lucky with the kids that you work with. Having taught grade 8 for a long time, you kind of establish yourself, and the kids see you from a young age. They see the grade 8 teacher, which is pretty exciting for them, and you're kind of up there. And it's
the curse of the Bell River Internet. Wait, are you still there?
But even, even when I was teaching in East Windsor, we had the kids from the villages of Riverside. We had the kids in the co-ops. We had some kids who did not come from the nicest home situations. But if you showed them that respect, they gave it back to you.
Yeah.
Not all the time. Everybody has a bad day, but, and that's really what you have to do. It's a lot of, more than physical punishment. It's more of a social thing, a psychological thing, and trying to understand where the kids are coming from. And, kids, when they act up, what's the reason why they're doing what they're doing?
Sure.
And most of the time, it's because they're looking for something. And if you give them that little bit of love and you give them that respect, then they'll eat it up and they'll do anything for you. Yeah. So like I said, I've been lucky. Trust me, there are schools in the city where when they come from certain homes where there is no respect and they have to be taught at a young age, tough as nail, it's going to be a challenge to get through to them and to get that mutual respect. And that's just their product of their environment. There's not much you can do, for them.
Yeah.
Other than love them up as much as you can.
Yeah.
So, but I can totally see where your mom's coming from. Things definitely have changed, and I think this standardized testing's made a big difference. If you're a grade 3 or 6 teacher in elementary, it's all about the numbers. And they say that it doesn't matter what the mark is that your kids get on the standardized testing. I've seen teachers get hauled into a principal's office by a superintendent asking why their marks were so low.
Oh, really?
It does fall on their shoulders. So all that does is entice people to teach to the test and make sure your kids do well. And I think grade 3 and 6 tend to really be 2 lost years in education.
Yeah.
Because it's all about that test, which is not what it should be for.
Right. And that my mom was in her last great part of her career was in a 2-3 split. So, she was kind of coming at it from the EQAO perspective as well. And I'm sorry, I'm really loving this idea of your uncle with literally it's the jail yard principle, right? It's find the biggest guy and take him out, and then everyone will have your respect. That was great. I want to ask you the same questions I've been asking all the people that I've been chatting with, and that is, from your personal perspective, from the life that was, and I know you said you're rather introverted, but even coming from that place, from the world of just a month or so ago, what is something that you find that you're really missing the most? And then on the flip side of that, is there something that, having been forced into this kind of insular position, is there something that, to your surprise, has been comforting or joyful?
I think missing the most, I hate to ever admit this, but missing my siblings. Every Sunday we get together at my mom and dad's house for dinner. And, most of the time we don't have deep, long conversations. It's, how are you doing? And a little bit of small talk and a little bit of ribbing. And it is definitely, difficult to be separated from your siblings, separated from your nieces and nephews. You really do, you start to realize the things that you took for granted. And, we're not out every weekend visiting friends and doing all that stuff, but we do it often enough that it's noticeable at this point, the fact that you can't, get together.
Sure.
the upside of all this is, it's great to be able to see my wife a little bit less stressed when it comes to work. She's a dental hygienist. She's going to be stressed out soon enough when she goes back to work. But just to be able to spend all day with your wife is really strange. I mean, even in the summertime when I'm off, she's working, so we don't get that amount of time together. Sure. So, it gives you a chance to reconnect. And I think, one of the things that we feel, maybe this is, stress inducing for some people, but there's a real opportunity to have some growth in this time. And, we have to take advantage of it. Hopefully it'll never happen again in our lifetime. So while we have it, why not enjoy it? Why not get a little bit of something out of it? So, even just going for a walk with my wife every day, usually it was me, headphones in, listening to a podcast, walking for an hour on my own in the mornings. And now I've got my wife along with me, and we can have hour-long conversations. And it's just, there's an upside. And
Absolutely.
It's great to see people following the rules and being cool about what needs to be done. I have a lot of respect for the things that people have had to give up in order to help the people around them. So hopefully that goodwill continues. I think as the weeks go on, it's going to get tougher and tougher to people to do what's right. But hopefully, whenever you go out there and you're giving that distance and you're making sure that you're not out all the time, you're really helping those other people around you. So I've been lucky too. I'm immunized, so my wife's the one who has to go in the stores, do all the shopping, and I feel really into this. I haven't had to go to the liquor store, but I'm getting beer, so it works out great. But so I don't get the same sort of sense of people out there in masks and doing all that. But it's definitely something that we're never going to forget. Hopefully, once it's done, it's done. Although I have to say, we have had that conversation as far as educators. There's the potential that wind up shutting down next school year for a month at a time or a month and a half at a time. And that's something that they've sort of been trying to ready us for, which is not something that I, really gave much thought to initially. I thought once this is done, this will be done, and things will calm down. The normal school year next year, but at least for the next a few years maybe, or hopefully not that long, but once the vaccine's out there and there's enough immunity, hopefully we won't have to worry about that. But that's something else. It's going to have ramifications for a while.
Sure.
And I think as that drags on a little bit, it'll be more difficult for people to kind of do what society needs them to do. So we'll see. I honestly anticipate if things are still not great by the middle of the summer, I can see parents not sending to school in September. Until, we're a petri dish on a good day.
Yes.
We are a petri dish.
Yes.
Spend a little time in the kinder area. And it's like, I always tell the kids, they're nose pickers and butt scratchers. So try not to touch their hands. There is no such thing as good hygiene from, JK to about grade 2. So it's going to really be difficult to convince parents it's safe to be at school. So we'll see. It'll be interesting. We're definitely going to be challenged. We're being challenged now, and we're going to be challenged for a while. So hopefully people can continue to do the right thing and do what has to be done so it doesn't drag on forever.
You raise
so that would be nice.
You raise another great view there about the kind of the social apprehension about gathering in large groups. We've been talking about that, in terms of performers. When this is all over, is everybody going to be so pent up with cabin fever that we're all just going to rush out and go and do all the things that we love to do and see all the bands we love to see and play darts and play pool and have beers but then no, maybe not. Maybe there is going to be this social apprehension about getting together in large groups. And you make an excellent point where, yes, the schools, everybody knows it's the September flu or the September sickness that comes back around when everybody's kids get in that petri dish. So, there may be a lot of social apprehension around getting the kids back together. That's a really interesting thought. Thank you for that.
It's tough to social distance 30 people in a classroom.
Yes, it very much is.
And try to do that in try to do that in JKSK, where they're, it's like
herding cats,
herding kittens. They're all over the place. Like you could not keep them apart.
Yeah,
you have to put them in the inflatable bubbles and hope for the best. And they'll still wind up touching each other. So But we will
Oh,
figure it all out. We'll be fine.
yes, yes. This
It's
too shall pass.
such a blink in time. It's in the end, we're going to be fine, hopefully, for the most part. It's going to be, listening to Julie when she was talking earlier, there is a big element of that mental health for the adults and for the kids. And I think that's something too that we're going to have to work with when we get back. I don't think it's going to be a regular, beginning of the school year. There's going to be a lot to unpack. There is no closure, right? We thought we'd be off for a few weeks and we'd be back at it. And things were really sudden for those kids. When I went in to grab my things a couple of weeks ago, they opened up the school for the day so the teachers could just get in. And it was like coming in on a Monday morning, and there's still coats hung up, and there's still musical instruments in the closets and shoes in the hallway and people's water bottles on their desk. They really had no closure whatsoever. So, what do we do as a grade 8 teacher and a parent? At some point, we're going to need to have a graduation so these kids can get together and feel some sense of closure for just finishing elementary. It's going to be, there's going to have to be a lot of discussion on, how we're going to make that a smooth transition back, because it's going to be rougher than it normally is for sure. For all of them.
And I can think of, when you go back in and you see, the coat still hung up and the water bottle still there. For a lot of people, when they go back to work, they see the same thing. It's like we all left in this big hurry. It reminds me of, all I hear in my head when I go into these places, it's like in a world populated in a post-apocalyptic future. Like it's that whole doomsday scenario, right? Anyway.
Yeah. Where have all the people gone?
Right. Yeah. Right. Christopher, it's been wonderful to chat with you. We go back such a long way as good friends, and sometimes I feel like we don't get a chance to connect as often as we do, and that's a real regret. And I hope that it's not going to take another global pandemic for us to get back together again. But I've really enjoyed talking with you and enjoyed your point of view tremendously.
Well, and me as well. I just want to add one more thing, Chris.
Sure. Yeah.
Looking at your handsome hairstyle and my hairstyle, at the end of this, everybody's going to be in two camps. They're either going to be long-haired like you or bald-headed like me.
Right.
That doesn't matter, though, because either way, they're on Team Christopher. So it works out perfect.
Yeah, there you go. Either way, we've got everybody. We've got you have your 50% and I'll have my 50%. It's perfect. Thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate you taking the time to be a part of the conversation.
Anytime, Chris. Always good talking to you.
All right. And the very best to your family, and be safe and be healthy.
Thanks. You guys as well.
All right. Take care, my friend.
Hey, take care, Chris.
Cheers. Well, there we had a pleasant conversation with a very dear old friend of mine who had some excellent things to say about the state of education today and the state of his education. I think it's been really cool to talk to people in those professions where, we kind of get a little glimpse into what their daily routines are like, but we really don't get to be immersed in them. And anyway, I think it's neat to see things from the outside in sometimes. Alrighty. Well, why don't we play something that someone has sent to me here? I think that's probably a good idea. And I should have been using this time when my guest was talking to get all these things sorted out, and instead I was just too compelled by what he was saying to do that. So let me see. What have we got here? What have we got? Some people have sent me more things. I'm sure I can find something else to put in there. Yeah, here was this this Creatures of Condition. Remember I said if the Birds were a band now, they would sound like that one song that I played by them, and I'm really curious to see if the rest of it sounds like that. So let me grab this tune and we will copy it over. And then Mr. Corey McCrindle has asked for some Tom Paxton, Last Thing on My Mind. And we can certainly get that happening. Absolutely. I'll look that up as well. And Mr. Louis Sauve joins us in the chat. Hello. I need to find another one of your karaoke videos so we can play it, because that was fantastic. I really enjoyed it. In the meantime, this is Creatures of Condition with the song Heartaches. See what I mean? Very birds-like, don't you think? I think so, anyway. All right. Well, Mr. Corey McCrindle asked for some Tom Paxton. I love this tune. And I should say that my first introduction to this song was from a Chad Mitchell Trio record. I didn't even know it was Tom Paxton until I checked it out because I wanted to know which one of the members of the band had written it. Beautiful, beautiful song. I hope we're going to do it justice here. It's a lesson too late for the learning, made of sand, made of sand. In the wink of an eye, my soul is turning in your hand, in your hand. Are you going away with no word of farewell? Will there be not a trace left behind? Well, I could have loved you better, didn't mean to be unkind. You know that was the last thing on my mind. You've got reasons aplenty for going. This I know, this I know. For the weeds have been steadily growing. Please don't go, please don't go. Are you going away with no word of farewell? Will there be not a trace left behind? Well, I could have loved you better, didn't mean to be unkind. You know that was the last thing on my mind. As we walk on, my thoughts keep on tumbling round and round, round and round. Underneath our feet, the subway's rumbling. Underground, underground. Are you going away with no word of farewell? Will there be not a trace left behind? Well, I could have loved you better, didn't mean to be unkind. You know that was the last thing on my mind. As I lie in my bed every morning, without you, without you. Every song in my breast dies aborting, without you, without you. And are you going away with no word of farewell? Will there be not a trace left behind? Well, I could have loved you better, didn't mean to be unkind. You know that was the last thing on my mind. Are you going away with no word of farewell? Will there be not a trace left behind? Well, I could have loved you better, didn't mean to be unkind. You know that was the last thing on my mind. You know that was the last A beautiful old song, wasn't it? Just beautiful. Oh, boy. Rob Shepley. So we've heard Locomotive Breath. We have heard Locomotive Breath a few times. What about Aqualung? Oh, boy. Yeah, I don't know about Aqualung. Let me see. What key is it in? We're going to find that out. That's going to be the number one thing. What key is it in? Do. Maybe, and we might end up doing just kind of like a real mellow piano version of it, kind of like Welcome to the Machine, or not Welcome to the Machine, Have a Cigar. Maybe we'll do that, Rob. Maybe we will, because I don't think I could play guitar like Martin Barr. That rhymed. I couldn't play guitar like Martin Barr. Okay, let's see here. What do we got in terms of key for this tune? Seems like it would be an E. Maybe not. Let's see. Let's see what the Oracle says. Capo 3, sitting on a park bench. I ain't little girl. Wow. Rob. Let's see here. Capo on the third. That's a little. Well, we can try this here and see how it goes. I make no promises. So, I don't know what that riff is. It's weird. Sitting on a park bench, eyeing little girls with bad intent. Snot is running down his nose, greasy fingers smearing shabby clothes. Hey, Aqualung, drying in the cold sun, watching as her frilly panties run. Hey, Aqualung, feeling like a dead duck, spitting out pieces of his broken love. Whatever that transition is. Sun streaking cold, an old man wandering lonely, taking time the only way he knows. Leg hurting bad as he bends to pick a dog hand. He goes down to the bar and warms his feet. Feeling low, the armies of the road, Salvation Alimony and a cup of tea. Aqualung, my friend, well, don't you start away uneasy. You poor old sod, you see it's only me.
remember December's foggy freeze, when the ice that clings onto your beard was screaming agony, and you snatch your battling last breath with deep sea diver sounds, and the flowers bloom like madness in the spring. Sun streaking cold, an old man wandering lonely, taking time the only way he knows. Leg hurting bad as he bends to pick a dog in. He goes down to the bar and warms his feet. Aqualung, my friend, don't you start away uneasy. You poor old sod, you see it's only me.
I need to learn the riff. I need to learn that riff to go back into it again. I feel like without the riff, it just falls apart. But there is a different one that I could do, which is probably my favorite Jethro Tull tune, and would hopefully make up for the absolute travesty that was. I just need to know whether or not I can do it on the guitar or on the piano. Let's tune the guitar because I was smacking it pretty hard there. For that Beatles tune. See if I even have it in here. I don't. I got to look it up. All right. Couldn't even tell you what album this is from. I think it might be Songs from the Wood. I'm not entirely sure, but it's a beautiful song. Oh, come on now. There we go. It's beautiful. Coming back to life. Yeah, we can try that for sure. It's just a shame because there's no Jim to do the guitar solo. But I can fake it on piano. Absolutely, we'll give that a shot. Probably after the next guest because it's a little bit of a long song and I need to work my way up to it. It's pretty high up there vocally. Okay. Okay. There we go. It's a beautiful, beautiful tune.
Wondering aloud how we feel today. Last night said the sunset, my hand in her hair. We are our own saviors as we start both our hearts
beating life into each other. Wondering aloud, will the years treat us well? As she floats in the kitchen, I'm tasting the smell. Of toast as the butter runs, then she comes, spilling crumbs on the bed. And I shake my head. And it's only the giving that makes you what you are. Would have been better. Would have been better had the guitar been in tune. I thought I just tuned it. Let's take another look here. Totally out of tune. The lower strings were out. Let's see. Oh, see how much better that would have sounded? Even if we put the capo back on. Yeah, well. That's what happens, I guess. It's from Aqualung. That's right. How could I forget that, Corey? Gosh. That's why that song reminded me of it. Alrighty. Let's see. We got to do... we got to do something relatively quick because our next guest is coming up and I don't want to miss him. Let's do this one then. This is a beautiful, beautiful song. Beautiful, beautiful. The sun is surely sinking down, and the moon is slowly rising. So this old world must still be spinning round, and I still love you. So close your eyes. You can close your eyes. It's alright. And I don't know no love songs. I can't sing the blues anymore, but I can sing this song, and you can sing this song when I'm gone. It won't be long before another day. We're gonna have a good time, and no one's gonna take that time away. You can stay as long as you like, so close your eyes. You can close your eyes, it's alright. And I don't know no love songs, and I can't sing the blues anymore, but I can sing this song, and you can sing this song when I'm gone. It won't be long before another
day. We gonna have a good time, and no one's gonna take that time away. You can stay as long as you like, so close your eyes. You can close your eyes, it's alright. And I don't know no love songs, I can't sing the blues anymore, but I can sing this song, and you can sing this song when I'm gone.
Got that great major seventh 70s ending. All right, well, let me see if I can get our next guest up here. Now, this is going to be interesting. This fellow's from Peru. And I knew him when he used to be my streaming service provider for my internet radio stations, Radio Chaos and Springsteen Radio, way back in the day. Super nice guy, and I think it's going to be interesting to have some international perspective on this. Not just something from North America, but something from the world. South America, in fact. Just below us. And we'll hope that the internet's going to be okay. But this guy does streaming media for a living, so I'm pretty sure that he can make this work. So let's see if we're going to get connected here. I see that we have somewhat of a connection. Oh, good. Okay, so I've got him on here. I don't have him on the live stream yet. I'm just getting things set. And then we will bring him over. Mr. Espinoza, how are you, sir?
Hi, Chris.
How are you doing?
Well, little tired because our government extended 2 weeks more quarantine. So
your government is saying 2 weeks more of quarantine.
yes, that's right.
How long have you been locked down so far?
Like 5 weeks.
5 weeks. And I know that I wanted to talk to you last week, but you said that you were busy with your parents, helping them out. So good on you for being a responsible son and helping your parents. But tell me, what is it like down there right now? Are many people out and about, or are a lot of people actually paying attention to being locked down?
Well, I think a lot of people is keeping at house, but my concern is that I don't know why people think like food and other stuff. How can I say that? Well, to answer your question, yes, I think all people is keeping up in house. So we are trying to do what the government said, but I think this is not enough because now we have 2 weeks extension of quarantine.
Now, over here, we've seen, there's been a lot of people that are going out and what we would call panic buying. So they're buying lots and lots of stuff, and they're creating somewhat of a crisis in the grocery stores because there's not enough to go around. Are you seeing the same thing there?
Yes, the same thing is here. I don't know why, because at the stores there are a lot of food and other things. So I think people think that this kind of stuff will disappear, but this is not true. All our stores are plenty of food and other stuff.
Yeah, agreed. I think it's because people are so uncertain because no one's really being told anything because there's nothing really to tell. Nobody has any answers. how is the public opinion there right now? Do they think the government is doing the right thing? Do they think that the government is there is doing a good job in terms of like containing the situation?
Well, here in my country, Peru, uh, health department are not the best. This is a long time ago history. So, for example, we here in Peru are few hospitals, and we are not prepared to dealing with this pandemic. So that's why government extend 2 weeks more. Peru is not like U.S. or Canada or Germany. We have few hospitals here, and that's why government and people is concerned.
Sure.
We don't we don't we don't want to see people die on the streets. Like we see the situation in other countries in South America, like
Yes.
Ecuador, and I don't know if you see this kind of. I see these images and videos on Twitter. Really sad, really sad.
Yeah, and you know that's one of the reasons that I wanted to have this conversation is because we don't see very much of anything that happens outside of North America. And so how is Peru in the sense of South America, how is Peru handling it differently than say Ecuador or Chile or Brazil? Are you guys being a little more active in the way that you're handling it than the other countries are?
Well, in Peru exists a lot of informal jobs. So they, let's say, are outside the legal order, but it's okay. It's legal, but it's outside this line. We suffered some economic situation at past.
Yes.
And we learn about the situation, and we are doing good. But this pandemic is, I've never before of that I can imagine that this will be possible. Neither my friends, neither my parents, neither the government. So that is it. So now, before pandemic, we are good. People have jobs. We are living okay. Well, in capital,
yes,
and in cities.
Yes.
In Peru, exist a lot of other rural, not urban cities that these are different situation. But in general, in main cities in Peru, we was okay. But now with this situation, with this virus, we don't know what to wait. We was not prepared to deal with that.
Yes.
So nobody knows what to do.
Now you were saying.
By the way.
Yes.
By the way, all those 5 weeks, people is not going to jobs, are not getting money, so we don't know what next.
So, okay, let me ask you about that, because here in North America, we've been given some kind of relief money from the government. So Canada, for example, where I am, we have a new emergency fund that is being given out to everyone. So you guys don't have anything like that there?
Yes, but for now it's just for poor people who don't have enough money to buy food, for example.
Yes.
And it's okay. But exists another group of little companies, for example, me, who are not, I am not working, I'm not receiving money. Also my customers, my clients, are not paying invoice contracts. So literally 5 weeks without any entry of money. And like I said before, I don't know if after 2 weeks, government will say, okay, 2 weeks more.
Yeah. So, you know, your business is in providing streaming media services for folks, and part of it as I understand, is one of the larger radio stations, or one or two of the larger radio stations, use your streaming services. And I would have thought that this kind of time right now, where everyone has to be in their homes, would you might have seen some kind of increase in business because people are turning more to streaming services, but that's not the case.
No, I thought in the same way, but no, this is not true. Uh, as soon as this situation starts, I think, oh, probably bandwidth usage will be increased. But for example, my two main customers, big radios, which use a lot of bandwidth, now this usage is reduced to a half. So
Wow.
look like people is watching Netflix, no?
Right.
Yes, so, I don't know. I thought in the same in the way you spoke me seconds ago, but the truth is, looks like everybody's is watching Netflix.
Yeah.
So radios and other kind of media services decrease audience.
Yeah, understood. And unfortunate. And so in Canada, and maybe other governments will take a cue from us here, but we've recently now, with this emergency fund, we've now extended this to small businesses, so that people that don't necessarily have any other way out of this, can see some light at the end of the tunnel. And I hope that you get some relief that way, because that's pretty scary. You mentioned that you have a lot of field hospitals. Are you starting to see that the hospitals are getting taxed? I should say that are there so many people going to the hospitals now that they are running out of beds or running out of places to put people? Is it that bad?
Yes, that is the case. Few hospitals, few doctors. Like I said before, prior pandemic, we were okay. But now, with the massive amount of people trying to go to hospital, some of them because COVID, some of them with other reasons. So the impact in the health facility makes that that now health in my country is in a desperate situation.
Yeah. And we're seeing that here too. We're seeing that, the biggest problem is that the normal people that are coming down with the flu or things like that, and now there's extra things that are happening. And so we're running out of places to put them, and we're running out of medicine to give them, and we're running out of doctors to see them. So I think we're all in that same level of frustration there, where we don't really know, how we're going to come out on the other side of this. Have there been any stories of hope down there? Like something that, is the recovery rate going up, or is the rate of spread slowing down at least? Is there something that you're taking positively away from this?
Well, looks like in Peru, according to government, the peak of infected people will reach in 2 or 3 weeks. So now we have like 12,000 of infected people, 600 people dead because of COVID, and per day we have like 2,000 of infected people. But the peak of this will be reached in 2 weeks. So probably in 2 weeks will be
Yeah.
13,000, something like that.
Yeah. Now, do you think that probably or likely the reason that, this thing may be spreading quickly is because, like you said, in Peru, there are a lot of rural areas, non-urban areas. And do you think that that helps contribute to the spread and the fact that, you have groups of people probably living in a rural community as opposed to an urban community where you can go into your apartment or your house and be, but in a rural community, you might be more inclined to get together and gather?
No, on the contrary. The spread was because city like here, Lima, the capital, and other important city has a lot of people, and at the beginning doesn't care about COVID. So nobody government said, please keep at home, but nobody cares about that. People go to the streets, to reunions, to parties, works, shake hands, hugs. So that is the reason why the virus spread in my country.
Yes.
In the other side, on rural, well, for example, if in the rural areas there are few people, okay, so problems are the principal city who has a lot of people rounding and rounding. In the rural area there are few people, so that's why the Lima has around 4,000 of infected people. The other main city has 3,000, 2,000, and rural areas just has 150,
Okay.
200.
Sure.
So for now, rural are safe.
Okay, good. Because I imagine that it's more difficult for them to get to, some kind of medical facility if they do get infected, if they're in the rural area.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. People is thinking about. So yes, you're right. So we don't know about how really rural is doing this pandemic.
Sure.
We have to wait.
Yeah, for sure. So what do you think that, in your opinion, what do you think it is that people should be doing right now, or what shouldn't they be doing right now?
Well, after 5 weeks, people want to job to do its work. Like I said, because we are running out of money. So if government, president said today that in 1 week some business will be opened. For example, here delivery is not is forbidden, but in 1 week look like this delivery kind of service will be open, limited but open,
Okay.
and few business will open as well. Look, there are two kind of people now. People who think, okay, we'll have to keep at home in order that government in 2 weeks ends quarantine.
Yes.
And in the other side, other group of people who said, I don't care about president. I need to job. I need to go to work in order to get money, in order to get foods, because I have no more money to spend. So I understand. Okay, I
Yeah.
have money. I can wait 2 weeks, no problem.
Yes.
But what about the people who have no money at all?
Yes.
And government is not giving money to all people, just to very poor people.
Yes.
But so there are people who need to work, and for now, it's not possible to do any kind of job.
Yeah.
Any.
Well,
All is closed.
yeah. Eduardo, I want to thank you very much for, being willing to talk, like this, and being able to share your perspective, because it's interesting for us to see how other people are dealing with this. And I think it takes a lot of courage, especially because there's a little bit of a language barrier, and I think you've done a great job. So that's fantastic. We have some comments in the chat here. A good friend of mine, Tom, says to stay safe. And I think that's advice that the only advice we can give everybody. But I really want to thank you for being brave enough to kind of speak your mind, and be willing to have a conversation.
Thank Chris. Nice to talk with you.
Okay, my friend. Be safe, and here's hoping that the government kind of steps up and starts to distribute some packages to everybody, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, I hope.
Yeah. Okay, my friend. Stay safe.
Okay. You too, Chris. Stay safe. Bye.
Well, that was Eduardo Espinoza, who lives in Lima, Peru, and he is a streaming media provider. Like I said, when I was originally working with Radio Chaos and Springsteen Radio for the longest time, Eduardo was my guy. He was my streaming service provider, and did a fantastic job, and just an all around good human being. That is a pleasure. Was always a pleasure to talk to, and I never really got to the opportunity to talk to him like I just did. So for me, that was quite pleasant and quite illuminating to be able to talk to him that way. And it's interesting to see how how people are reacting to this, and how the other governments are reacting to this, especially in areas where there may be more of a rural setting, and less urban areas where, like he's just saying, it's difficult for people to get to the hospital. And especially there are already field hospitals that are being taxed like that. So it makes you really appreciate where you live, if you happen to live in Canada right now, or in the continental United States, or in any of the more affluent countries, where, for God's sake, we have hospitals within walking distance. It's amazing. And I know he does too in the city that he's in, because it's the capital. But yeah, I think where I'm going with this, in my rambling as I'm trying to pick another song to play. Oh, Candace, yes, your comments are getting through. And can you do something that we all love to sing along to? Well, I don't know what everyone loves to sing along to. That's the problem. I like singing along to Boris the Spider, she says. I don't know that tune. Fair warning, I'm not a big Who fan, so I wouldn't really. I mean, I've heard of Boris the Spider, but I don't think that I could actually pull it off. Sorry. Strike one for Candace. All right, let's see here. Something that we can all sing along to. I don't know what that would be. Collective Soul Gel. I don't know that I know that tune, dude. I'm not a big Collective Soul fan either. Now I feel like I'm just falling down left and right on your requests. Let me look it up. Let me look it up and see if it rings a bell. Do. Let's see. ELO. ELO. Oh, I do know one Collective Soul song. But it's not Gel. I'm a depressing guy, Tom. If I'm going to know any songs chances are we err on the depressing side, and that's the ones I'm going to know. It's just because I get more emotionally attached to them than I do the happy positive songs. I think the happy positive songs, the bubblegum stuff, just doesn't do it for me. I need to be depressed. I need to reach right down in the Mos Eisley Cantina. See that right there? I need to get right into where the door is, right there. That's where I need to get to. And the emotional songs do that for me. Okay. Well, let's see. I think I know this one. But we just have to have it in a key that I can play it in. Which this looks like it could be a key. And then I think we can do a beat for it too. Oh, we might be in business here. We might have one collective soul song that we can do. Okay, so
Has our conscience shown? Has a sweet breeze blown? Has all the kindness gone? Hope still lingers on. I dream myself a newfound pity. Sit alone in New York City, and I don't know why. Don't know why. Are we listening? Hymns of offering. Have we eyes to see that love is gathering? All the words that I've been reading now started the act of bleeding into one, into one. So we'll walk upon high and a step to the edge to see the world below, and I laugh at myself while the tears roll down. 'Cause it's a world I know, oh, it's the world I know. to. So I walk upon high and I step to the edge, see my world below, and I laugh at myself while the tears roll down, 'cause it's a world I know, it's a world I know. So I walk upon high and I step to the edge to see the world below, and I laugh at myself while the tears roll down, 'cause it's a world I know, it's a world I know. So I walk upon high and I step to the edge to see my world below, and I laughed at myself while the tears roll down. This is a world I know, it's a world I know. So I walk upon high and I step to the edge, see my world below, and I laughed at myself while the tears roll down. It's the world I know, it's the world I know.
Nice. Wasn't bad. Wasn't terrible. I mean, it was okay. It was acceptable. That's what we in the industry call acceptable losses. Well, Louis Sauve, challenge accepted. Mona Lisa's and Mad Hatters. Come on, what kind of an Elton John fan would I be if I didn't know Mona Lisa's and Mad Hatters? It's one of my all-time favorites. One of my all-time favorites. Okay.
Now I know Spanish Harlem are not just pretty words to say. I thought I knew, but now I know that rose trees never grow in New York City. Do you see this trash can dream come true? Stand at the edge while people run you through. I thank the Lord there's people out there like you. Thank the Lord there's people out there like you. Well, Mona Lisa's and Mad Hatters, sons of bankers, sons of lawyers, turn around and say goodbye. unless they see the sky, but they can't, and that is why they know not if it's dark outside or light. This Broadway's got a lot of songs to sing, and if I knew the tunes I might join in. I'll go my way alone, I'll grow my own seed shall be sown in New York City. Subway's no way for a good man to go down. A rich man can ride, and the hobo he can drown. I thank the Lord for the people I found. I thank the Lord for the people I found. Mona Lisas and Mad Hatters, sons of bankers, sons of lawyers, turn around and say good morning to the night. For unless they see the sky, but they can't, and that is why they know not if it's dark outside or light. Now I know Spanish Harlem are not just pretty words to say. I thought I knew, but now I know that rose trees never grow in New York City. The subway's no way good man to go down. A rich man can ride, and the hobo he can drown. I thank the Lord for the people I have found. I thank the Lord for the people I have found. Mona Lisas and Mad Hatters, sons of bankers, sons of lawyers, turn around and say good morning to the night. For unless they see the sky, but they can't, and that is why they know not if it's dark outside or light. They know not if it's dark outside or light.
There you go. I hope that was acceptable. Voice cracked a little bit there, but that's what happens when you're tired. And you've been singing for, I don't even know how long now. I gotta look it up. I know it's got to be getting close to like 120 hours. I'm going to look that up later, and we'll post some stats. Do I know wild horses? Oh, Lewis, thank you very much. Well, my voice did break a little bit there, so. Do I know wild horses? Sure I do. Yeah, we've done it. We've done it on the program, as far as I remember. And again, we'll look under this stupid tablet that can't, or stupid program that can't understand that the is a proper thing and doesn't need to be sorted alphabetically that way. Okay, anyway. Yeah, let's do a beat for it, for sure.
childhood living is easy to do. Things that you wanted, I bought them for you. Graceless lady, you know who I am. You know I can't let you slide through my hand. Wild, wild horses couldn't drag me away. Wild, wild horses couldn't drag me away. I watched you suffer, don't ache and pain. Now you've decided to show me the same. Don't sweep in exits or off stage lines. It make me feel bitter. Treat you unkind. Wild, wild horses couldn't drag me away. Wild, wild horses couldn't drag me away. I know I dreamed you sitting and alive. I have my freedom, don't have much time. Faith has been broken, tears must be cried. Let's do some living. After we die, wild, wild horses couldn't drag me away. Wild, wild horses, we'll ride them someday. wild, wild process. We'll ride them someday. Sundown in the Paris of the prairies, we kings of all their treasures buried, can raw rusty breezes pushing around the weather vane Jesus. Zippo lighter, he sees the killer's face. Or maybe it's someone standing in the killer's place. Nothing new besides. Well, no one's interested in something you didn't do. We kings and pretty things. Let's just see what the morning brings. So dreamy dreams in the high school's dead and stark. It's a museum and we're all locked up in it after dark. The walls are lined all yellow, gray, and sinister, hung with pictures of our parents' prime ministers. We kings and pretty things. Wait and see what tomorrow brings. Late breaking story on CBC. A nation whispers, we always knew he'd go free. You can't be fond of living in the past, 'cause if you are, then there's no way you're gonna last. We kings and pretty things. Let's just see what tomorrow brings. We kings and pretty things. That's what tomorrow brings. my reason, like a raven in the nighttime when you left. Oh, chain upon my wrist that bears no name. You touched it and you wore it, and you kept it in your pillow all the same. My high flying bird has flown from out my arms. I thought myself a keeper. She thought I meant her harm. She thought I was the archer, a weatherman of words, but I could never shoot down my high flying bird. We kings and pretty things, let's just see what tomorrow brings. We kings, pretty things, that's what tomorrow brings.
All right. Well, there we had Wild Horses into a slightly slowed down version of Wheat Kings, into the first verse and first chorus of High Flying Bird. I love that tune. It's probably one in the top 5 Elton John songs for me of all time. All right. Well, let's do this for Steph, if she's still here. This is a good one. I want to see if I can drown myself. Oh yeah. Drown myself in echo for that one. Candace is like, holy hell. I hope that's holy hell in like a good way and not what my goodness, what was that? Let's see here. All right. Well, this is going to be for Steph. If she's still listening, I hope she is.
Where were you when I was burned and broken? While the days slip by from my window watching. Where were you when I was hurt and I was helpless? 'Cause the things you say and the things you do surround me. While you were hanging yourself on someone else's words, dying to believe in what you heard. I was staring straight into the shining sun. Lost in thought and lost in time. The days slip by from change to change were planted. Outside the rain fell dark and slow, while I pondered on this dangerous and irresistible pastime. I took a heavenly ride through our silence. I knew the moment had arrived for killing the past and coming back to life. I took a heavenly ride through our silence. I knew the waiting had begun and headed straight into the shining sun.
Realized halfway through the intro stuff, I forgot to do the beat. It kind of ruined the whole song. I'm sorry. Oh, good grief. But fortunately, we don't have to listen to any more of me for the next few moments because we have the lovely and super amazingly, intelligently awesome Emily Varga, who we're going to be chatting with in but a few moments if I can figure out how all this technology works. Let's see. We're doing the ringy dingies. I know, Steph. I'm sorry. I'll do it better next time. You know what? Jim's probably going to come on Saturday, and then we'll do it then because he can do all the amazing guitar work and all that good stuff. and I'll remember to do the beat. Oh, look, there's a Tom. Tom's eye is very large in the camera, and I'm gonna get him to stop looking at my pants and go over there. I can't hear you as of yet, Tom, because I haven't unmuted you. But would you like me to hang up and try again so that we pick up on a different device? Is that the plan? Just nod your head yes if that's the case. No, shaking your head. Okay. So your phone is turned sideways, but the problem is that your phone has locked itself in portrait mode. Ah, there we go. All right. So hang on 2 seconds here. Let me oh, you're quite fetching. Let me bring you over here. Mr. Tom, hello.
Hello, Chris.
You-
Emily's trying to call you on her laptop.
but see, that won't work. I have to call her because if she calls me, the Facebook web page is going to answer, and I have to have Messenger, the app, answer. So I will have to call her. I have to
So
initiate
should I
the call.
cut off her phone? Because the only reason I answered the phone is because it was right here, and it said Chris was calling. And I was like, hey, I know Chris.
Yeah, I know that guy. No, actually, what I'll do is I will hang up with you, and I will call her and have her pick up on the laptop.
There you go.
Okay, sounds good.
Good plan. Cheers.
Cheers.
Learn some pokes.
I'm gonna hang up before I have to learn some pokes. All right, let's try this again. We're gonna try calling Emily, and hopefully Emily picks up on her laptop. I blame Tom. I blame Tom for picking up the phone. Jeez, Tom. Jeez. And if this doesn't work, maybe she can try calling. Tom is my twin. Tom's my better looking, more athletic, more fit twin. I mean, look at him. He's so much. Come on. I'm like, if I'm Tom's twin, I'm Tom's fat, ugly twin. I'm the twin that never gets invited to family dinner. That's the twin I am. Hang on a second here. Let me. We finally have connected with the lovely Emily. Hold on. Let me bring her over. Emily, look at that. We're connected. How are you? Uh-oh.
I'm well. How are you, Chris?
I'm doing well. Okay, I was worried for a second that we weren't going to get any audio, but then you came in perfectly fine. Excellent. Now, first, let me ask: are the two of you and all assorted family members, everybody okay?
Everybody is wonderful.
Okay, good. That
Perfect.
was the most important thing. Now you can correct me in the fact that I have put down on your title card microbiologist, and you were very quick to send me a message to say, wait, we need to change that. So and change it to microbiology student. But please explain to me what the difference is.
Okay, so I have a bachelor degree in biology, general biology. I am now transitioning into my PhD in environmental science, but I do work in a microbiology lab.
Okay. So I basically have the whole thing all
If
wrong.
that cleared it up at all.
Well, I mean, it basically reinforced the fact that I really don't know what I'm talking about. So fantastic. But let me ask you this. So given the current climate right now and the way that we all have to be socially distanced, has it affected your work, or do you do more work, outside of a lab necessarily? Is this an opportunity for you to do more research, let's say, or is this something where you need to be in the lab and you need to be among other people and so on and so forth?
Well, a lot of my work is lab-based. It's a research program. So yeah, this has kind of screwed things up. I was getting to the point where I was trying to wrap up my script for my first publication, and there's some data that's missing that I need to do in the lab. I can't obviously do that right now. And I had just started some research overseas. I was in New Zealand, came back pretty much right when the COVID shutdown happened, and now my samples are stuck in New Zealand in a -80 freezer.
Oh no. Well, I lifted your photo from your Facebook profile, and you were doing the whole Chopper Dan thing with the headset. Is that from the New Zealand trip?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I wish you would run that by me first, but it's fine.
Well,
It's
I was
fine.
trying to find other.
You know I love you.
I was trying to find other photos, and I figured the profile photo obviously is close to your heart because come on, you look pretty badass in it. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty good. It's a good photo. So
All right, I'll take it.
okay, what is the nature of what you're studying right now? Then is it something in particular? I mean, biology is a pretty wide field. Is there anything that you can let us narrow that down a bit?
Okay, I have to be a little discreet because there's a confidentiality
Sure.
issue there. Right now I'm studying the chemistry and microbiology of sediment in greenhouse retention ponds, which has nothing to do with New Zealand. Very confusing. I'm transitioning from my master's into my PhD, and for the PhD, I'm starting to look at the southern hemisphere as well as we're supposed to go to the Arctic in August. I don't know if that's going to happen. So there's a very big project called Lake 380 in New Zealand, which I am very grateful to be collaborating on, but I really can't really discuss any of the ins and outs without approval from them.
That's fine.
But it all has to do with sediment chemistry dynamics.
Which sounds incredibly complicated, and I'm not even going to pretend.
I think we have a lag.
There is a super huge lag right now. In fact, I was going to suggest that we might transition to the phone because when Tom was on the phone, it was much better. And I'm not sure what.
Okay, I think he took my phone.
He did because he answered the phone when I was trying to call you. So, but I think we might be better off to do that because the lag is considerable for sure. Are you okay with that?
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to screw up your feed, so.
I screwed up on a nightly
I might
basis.
have to find him and get my phone back.
Okay, perfect. I'll tell you what. I will just send me a Facebook message, just a regular message when you've got the phone, you're ready to go, and then I'll give you a shout back.
Okay, perfect.
Perfect. Talk to you in a bit.
Oh, he said it's on the counter. Okay.
Oh, okay, perfect.
He's yelling from the basement.
I'll call you right back. Yes. So it apparently, I think it's something to do in Bell River right now with the internet out there because Mr. Christopher Tremblay, who we were talking to, the educator earlier in the program, he was also in Bell River, and I don't know if you guys noticed, but it was doing a little bit of that blocking and a little bit of that. The lag wasn't so bad, but there was that blocking and the kind of the strobe effect. So anyway, the joys of the internet, the joys of technology. I tells ya. All right. So we're just waiting on on the text back. Well, maybe what we should do is we'll play a tune while we're waiting. You guys really liked that Justin Jewell kid, and how could you not? He's amazing. So why don't we play something else of his while we're waiting? Oh, wait. Oh, she's good to go. Never mind, Justin Jewell. Get out of here. I'm going to hear about that. All right. Let's try this now. Now, if her phone is on Wi-Fi, we may have the same problem. We may have to get her to switch her phone over to data. But let's see. Okay, now we've got her back. Again, we're going to switch off the pants cam here. Oh, it's not the pants cam. You're just seeing the wide cam. Okay, good. Whew. Thank God. It's touch and go. All right, so let's move over here. And Emily, hello.
Oh, hi.
Oh, there we go. That's so much better.
That is better.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, my laptop is a potato.
That's okay. I think it's not necessarily a laptop. I think the internet is a potato out in Bell River right now because Christopher Tremblay, who we were talking to earlier in Bell River, there was the same kind of video lag. The audio lag wasn't bad, but the video was like strobe effect from an early 80s video, like I was just doing that.
I was watching. I've been watching you all night.
Oh, dear. Okay, well... They don't make enough alcohol for that. Okay, so we were going back to...
Oh, speaking of, I stayed sober for you today, but now all bets are off.
Oh, okay, good. At least we're starting from a place of sobriety, which is fantastic.
This is the first time we've ever spoken where I've been sober.
Duly noted. And probably likewise.
Yeah.
Okay, so... we were talking about, how incredibly brainiac-y you are. And now, in terms of doing research science and especially lab science, I would imagine that there's a lot of stuff that goes through grant work and applying for grants and receiving grants to fund these studies. How does something like this, where it may impact a timetable, impact something like grants to get money to do what you need to do?
Well, a lot of the advisors at the university and GLEAR, I don't know if I mentioned, I'm at GLEAR, Great Lakes Institute for Environmental Research. A lot of the advisors are kind of freaking out right now, not knowing where their funding is going to come from. But a lot of that is government funded, and there's been a lot of reassurance saying, don't worry, everybody's in the same boat. Deadlines will be pushed out. Funding is not going to stop because of this. But we kind of all have to step it up and try to get something done from home, get some research done, get some more grant proposals done while we're sitting here.
Sure.
But it is hard to be productive at home.
Yeah, I can only imagine. As Christopher and I were talking earlier, you have the distractions of technology, you have the distractions of television, you have the distractions of Tom, you have the distractions of kids. Like it's well, I didn't want to be the one to say it, but now here's a question for you. If you are doing something in the terms of let's say that you were in the middle of collecting a sample set, okay, for your research. Now,
yeah.
Is there something that will now color that research because of, we've seen all these reports now that the traffic has died down and humans have kind of retreated into their homes. There's been a significant environmental boon, right? That lakes are getting cleaner, waterways are getting cleaner, pollution in the air is reducing. Is that something that could potentially negatively color your data sampling when you go back to do kind of data set? Do you have to take that into consideration?
I don't think it will negatively color anything. If anything, there will be some interesting results coming out of this, where we're seeing major differences because of this slowdown of the human world and the economy. But the areas that I look at particularly are agriculturally influenced, looking at adding fertilizers and things in the spring. None of that's really slowing down. The farmers still have to farm.
Sure.
They still have to produce. So I don't think in my own research or my lab group we'll see any of that difference, but I think there will be a lot of researchers out there that will see something. I mean, the air is cleaner. Everything is cleaner.
Yeah. And I guess, I didn't mean necessarily that it's going to negatively. I mean, negative was probably the wrong choice of terms. I mean that if you're looking for, a median or an average sample data, and now when you go back, these new samples you're going to collect may have been horribly skewed one way or another, which may throw off, either the calculations you're going at. I guess that's more of what I was going for is, do we have to make allowances now because of this time that has passed since we were able to do this research and, because the environment has changed?
Yeah, it could definitely cause some outliers in the data set where, consistently over several years it's looked this way, and now suddenly
right
there's a big difference, definitely. But I think that might actually possibly give the opportunity for new publications for different research saying, hey, look, things were suddenly crazy in the spring of 2020, and it'll all relate back to COVID.
Yeah. Now,
it remains to be seen.
Yeah, and there are a lot of people that are saying, if nothing else is going to come out of this scenario that we find ourselves in right now, it's that we will have gained more of an appreciation for the environment, in the sense that, we've all seen the single tier Indian and from the 70s with the pollution and commercials, and we've all seen the Gretas of the world, and we've heard the diatribes and we've heard the speeches, but we've never really seen what the end result can be. And now that we're seeing it, maybe that's going to give us more of an enlightened view of what could be done if we choose to do something.
Oh, we have a lag again.
That's okay. Did you get any of that? It was brilliant, by the way. That was probably the most brilliant thing on the internet, but
I got most of it, and then your face froze. Very good look, by the way.
Oh, good. Thank you. Yeah, no, I was just saying. Go ahead. If you got it, go ahead. Respond to it. Yeah.
I got most of it. So I definitely think there will be a different carbon footprint from this particular time right now. Um, you know, people thousands of years from now will do carbon dating and look at the cores of the Earth and say, "Whoa, something crazy happened in the spring of 2020."
Yeah.
For sure. There are going to be quantitative differences.
Absolutely, but even just not from a scientific point of view, but just from a human point of view, right? I'm thinking, does it give us more of an understanding of actually how badly we do impact the environment, right? Can we now see that and see that there's a direct correlation between our activity and the cleanliness of the home that we live in?
Oh, Chris, that's a difficult question. I mean, you and I, yes, we'll see the difference, but I often read your posts about flat earthers and fake news people. So I think the majority of us, yes, will see that we were harming the earth and there's now a big difference and we can be better. We can do better. But you have to get everybody on board.
Yeah, for sure. And what I'm hoping is that, because now we can demonstrate that difference, where people can see it and we can show it to them and shove their faces in it because now it's nice and clean.
Oh, you're
that
so sweet.
that maybe it would be, maybe it'll be a little more impactful. But you bring up an interesting point, and that is there has been a real anti-science push in recent years. Maybe not so much in Canada, but certainly in the United States, where we are going way more on the side of faith-based, institutionalized learning and kind of shoving science to the side. And we see it in things where we allow theories like flat Earth and no such thing as gravity and hollow Earth and all these other things that are really palpable nonsense to kind of rise up there. And how do you find it, working within the higher sciences? What do you guys talk about? Like, how do you guys see that as scientists, or how do you folks see that as scientists when these people kind of rear their heads, or when you get wind of some of these theories that come out?
We kind of just laugh at it, to be honest. Everything we do is quantitative and qualitative, and we look at the facts and we look at theories being not necessarily proven but not disproven, and there's just no basis behind a lot of that fake news stuff. And we just have to ignore it and move forward and try to be the best scientists we can be and keep publishing and hopefully make the world understand.
Yeah. And, to that point, do you guys ever worry? Sorry, I keep saying guys. I mean it colloquially.
That's okay.
Do you folks ever worry that because of this, rejection of hard science, that the data that's being collected or the studies that are being done will be given less significance or taken less seriously?
No, that's never a worry. There are enough educated people out there and enough people that are willing to listen to fact and put their trust in the science that, no, that's not a worry. It's just there are always going to be the naysayers. There are always going to be people that are skeptical, and that's fine. That's what makes us be better. That's what makes us do more science, is people questioning it and wanting answers.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. And I think, it's extremely important that we say, absolutely ask questions and absolutely think critically, but don't forget about the first part of that, which is to think. And don't just react to something that agrees with your point of view simply because it agrees with your point of view, and dump everything else out. The other thing, the beautiful thing about science, and I think you would agree with this, is that if given the right evidence, if given the right fact, science will change its mind. Science will change its methodology. right? All you have to do is show us that the things that we're doing are wrong and we change, as opposed to a belief-based system where it doesn't matter what evidence or fact you present to somebody, the belief will override that. And I think that's something that we need to kind of hang on to, is that science will allow us to progress because we're able to change those methodologies of thinking, I think.
Yeah, we're constantly learning. We're gathering more information and we're building on everything that we knew from the past. And again, there are always going to be naysayers, so we just have to move forward and keep doing what we do.
How are you guys finding it in terms of being at home now with kids and doing the online learning? How is that working out for you guys? Is it a struggle?
Well, like I said, Tom is the worst part of that, but yeah, it is a struggle. So I sit with Olivia every morning and we work on grade 1 education. I'm not trying to be tooting my own horn here, but she's clearly beyond the work they're giving us. So we're having to supplement that and keep her intrigued and keep her learning. At the same time, she will have an emotional breakdown every other day with no explanation as to why. She can't voice what she's feeling. She just doesn't understand why she's not with her friends and her teachers. And then my child in grade 10 comes out of his bedroom also on the brink of tears, needing help. And it's like, okay, got to switch gears. I was just learning 3-digit addition. Now we have to work on optics.
Right.
And then I have to, again, switch gears and get back into my own research where I'm looking at much more advanced science than what I'm teaching at grade 1. So there are definitely struggles we all share in having little meltdowns and tears, and we get through it.
Yeah, and I think it's important to understand too, and to let ourselves have those moments, right? Not to bottle those up, and to understand that hey, having the tears is okay, having the meltdown is okay, as long as you can approach it from a positive space and resolve it and work through it. What from these are the typical questions now that I've been asking. If you've watched this before, you'll be prepared for what I'm about to ask you.
I watch you every night.
Well, come on now, nobody does that. That's terrible.
Well, it's not like we can go out.
Haven't you heard of Netflix, for God's sake? Come on. Okay, so the question being, from our life of normalcy just a little bit ago, what's the thing that you miss the most?
All right, so I don't know if you know this, but Tom and I are very social people.
I've heard this, yes.
We have impromptu parties almost every weekend. There are always people here. So that's the biggest thing, is my friends can't just come over. We can't just get together for a drink. We have been having some driveway beers here and there. Apparently that's legal.
Yep. But
it's just that being surrounded by people I love, and even though I have my family, I felt very secluded, and I sunk into a very dark place recently. So definitely just missing being around people, and I haven't seen my parents or my siblings in a month now. And we have celebrated 3 birthdays in this house since COVID. So by celebrate, obviously, I mean, do the best we can. But we all get dressed up. I was wearing a ball gown last weekend just because.
Fabulous.
Friends of ours did the same thing, and all the kids got dressed up, and we just, we're trying to be okay.
Yeah, you're doing what you can to combat that, and again, I think that being in a dark place is going to happen. Right now we're surrounded by uncertainty and apprehension and fear, and how you said your young one has fits, or not fits, but has breakdowns. Well, probably because they're picking up on all of these signals that they don't really know what to do with, right? And we're going to do that too as adults, because we're trying to keep everything together for them, and at the same time we're still worried about all this stuff. So I think it's okay. The dark space is okay every now and then. Just know that there are a whole bunch of us out here holding candles for you, so you can find your way back. That's all.
I do have a great support group at home, and my lab mates, my schoolmates, often tell me, remind me, it's okay to not be okay.
Yeah.
And it's probably the most brilliant thing I've heard in the last month.
Yeah, 100%. You have to allow yourself that. You have to allow yourself that outlet so that it doesn't get worse.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, then I guess maybe you won't be able to answer the second question, or maybe you will. Apart from being in that dark moment, has there been something, because now we've been forced to be cooped up and forced to be isolated? Has there something that, to your surprise, you've been able to find comfort or joy in?
Not to my surprise, but I've noticed that we're starting to learn a lot more compassion. So, I live in Bell River. It's a very quaint town, very kind town. Everybody's nice, but right now everybody is nicer, if that was possible. I mean, people walk by with their dogs and their kids, and we'll sit in the driveway, and everybody's just nicer. It's like we have this appreciation for people that was severely lacking before, which is sad. I mean, we should have all been there for each other anyway, but to the other extreme, there are people that are not handling this well and not kind. But for the most part, everybody's just coming together as a community, and it's heartwarming. It's moving. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
And I hope that stays with us when this is over.
I wish, I was going to say, I wish I had a record of every time that, we've had that conversation with other folks and they've said exactly the same thing. And I guess I do, because they're all on bloody YouTube. But I would love to go back and rip out all of those conversations where people have said exactly that same thing, that it has been the most heartwarming experience for them to see how much their neighbors, their community, their extended family, their friends, everyone has been reaching out and helping out, going for groceries for somebody, helping with, yard chores or something for people that can't do it. And that they really sincerely hope that when this is over, that's going to continue. So I think you're echoing the same sentiment that everyone's seeing, and that's a hugely heartwarming and positive thing. And by the way, when you get into your dark space, that's something you can absolutely fundamentally hold on to, is that
for sure,
we are coming together, and we are the very best examples of humanity are showing.
We are all in this together. So
hey, it's the motto: nobody wins unless everybody wins.
That's right.
Yeah. Now, coming from a place of, again, a place of science and a place of logic and reason and all that good stuff, we've all heard the edicts, we've all heard the rules and regulations from the government, and so on and so forth. But what personally to you, what do you think people should and shouldn't be doing, and is there something that we could be doing better?
Well, I mean, here in Bell River, everybody's doing what they should be doing. We're staying away from each other. We're having our driveway beers so that we don't go completely insane. We just have to keep doing it. I know a lot of people are saying this is fake and it's not as bad as they're making it out to be. It is that bad. It's a very dangerous virus. It's something we need to take very seriously. So just keep doing what we're doing. And hopefully, if everybody listens, we'll flatten the curve and life will go back to normal, or whatever normal is going to be going forward.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the worst thing we can do is become complacent and say, it's better. There are less cases. Let's just go back out and let's open the bars and let's party. Let's have community events. We're not there yet.
Yeah, we are definitely not there. And somebody posted a meme or an infographic that I thought was quite apropos. It was somebody wearing a parachute harness, and it said, "Well, the parachute slowed my descent. I might as well just take it off now." While they were still
exactly.
1,000 feet above the earth, and we're in the same boat. Yes, we may be slowing it down. There's talk about a second wave, and we really don't understand what we're dealing with yet. But yes, we may be slowing it down, but that is not the time to all of a sudden just cast everything to the wind and open back up as normal. I don't think.
No, and it's hard because the longer it goes, everybody's missing their friends and their routine and normal life. And sometimes it's easier to just kind of pull the wool over your own eyes and say, everything's fine. I'm just going to go back to doing what I was doing. That's the worst thing we can do. So I think as hard as it is, everybody just needs to hang in there. Like I said, we're all in this together and keep doing what we're doing.
Absolutely. Well, I don't know what else to ask you. I mean, I feel like I feel like just, I count myself hopefully among your circle of friends, and, both you and Tom. And, I think that this has been so wonderful that we are able to still reach out to each other and, see a smile and see a laugh and realize that human connection is still very much alive and well. And I would urge as many people as possible to do this kind of a thing where you're reaching out to somebody and just, virtually saying hello. But I want to really thank you for taking the time and for, holding off on the wine until we started talking.
You're welcome. You are absolutely in our circle of friends. As for sharing a laugh, I was going to come to you with one of my best science jokes. Tom told me my science jokes are not good. So I'm not going to torture you like that.
No, do it.
But I think that we could torture him.
Oh.
If you want to lead into your favorite Pink Floyd song.
Oh.
I can hear him complaining from the basement already.
Yes, but I know, but I do want to hear. I would do, like I am so much into the bad joke thing. Like, I mean, you know my favorite joke, right? What's a pirate's favorite letter?
R.
No, you would think so, but his first love is the sea. See, that's how bad that. Yeah, see, so nothing that you are going to say is going to be worse than that. So go hit us with your science joke. Come on, do it.
All right, okay. So a moss and a lichen meet, and they realize they really like each other.
Right.
And they fall in love, and they get married, and everything's great until they realize their marriage is on the rocks.
Wah wah wah. Wait. Do just the punchline one more time.
They realize their marriage is on the rocks.
There we go. You got the vaudeville drum fill to bring you out. Emily, thank you so much for being a good sport and for being of good humor and for telling that wonderful joke and for being so supportive of what it is that we're trying to do here and just supportive of every time we come to your little town and put on a show. We really like it.
You're welcome. We miss you, Chris.
Aw, we miss everybody. Come on.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, sorry. Dave Jr. pops in here and says, what kind of jokes can you tell during the coronavirus? Inside jokes.
I've actually heard some Corona jokes, but I feel like they're inappropriate right
now.
Yeah,
I don't think the comedy is time plus something else, right? And we are not in the time. We're not in the time.
We're not there yet.
We're not there. We'll get there. All right, Emily. Thank you so much. I will return you now to your glass of wine and enjoy the rest of your evening. Say hello to Tom for me and tell him that we're going to do the rest of the rest of the night's going to be nothing but Pink Floyd.
Awesome.
Perfect. All right. Thanks, Emily.
Talk to you soon.
Cheers.
Bye.
Well, there we had Emily Varga, and I understand it was a little bit, difficult to talk about things that she wasn't able to talk about. Yeah, absolutely. But I think it's important to hear from somebody in the hard sciences, to kind of understand where they're coming from and their perspective as well. So anyway, yeah, that's what we did. I mentioned earlier that we we're going to hear from another song from Justin James Jewell, and I don't want to put that off. So let's do it. We are going to hear another song from his album, The Journey, and this is a song called Brace for Impact. Well, there we had Mr. Justin James Jewell with another very Alan Parsons-y kind of sound to it. I love that. I love that. That, what do you call it? That particular tone. It's not quite this, but that tone. So good. So good. So 70s. I love it. Let's see here. Let's try this one. I don't think we've tried this one at all yet.
Now she's back in the atmosphere with drops of Jupiter in her head. She acts like summer and she walks like rain. Reminds that there's a time to change. Since her return from the stay on the moon, she listens like spring, she talks like June. Tell me, she sailed across the sun, take it to the Milky Way to see the lights are fading and the heaven is overrated. Tell me, she fell from a shooting star, one without a permanent scar. Did you miss me while you were looking for yourself out there? Now she's back from that soul vacation, tracing her way through the constellation. She checks out more to what does typo, reminds me that there's room to grow. Now she's back in the atmosphere. I'm afraid she might think it needs plain old Jane. Told a story about a man who was too afraid to fly, so he never did land. Tell me, wind sweep you off your feet? Did you finally get the chance to dance along the light away, head back toward the Milky Way? And tell me, did Venus blow your mind? Was it everything you wanted to find? Did you miss me while you were looking for yourself out there? Can you imagine love, pride, deep fried chicken? Your best friend always sticking up for you. But even when you know you're wrong, can you imagine no first dance, freeze, drive, romance, 5-hour phone conversation? The best soy latte you ever had in me. Well, tell me, did the wind sweep you off your feet? Finally get the chance to dance along the light of day and head back toward the Milky Way. And tell me, did you sail across the sun? Did you make it to the Milky Way to see the is overrated. Tell me, did you fall from a shooting star? One without a permanent scar? And did you miss me while you were looking for yourself? Na 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 na. Did you finally get the chance to dance along the light of day? Na 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 na. Did you fall from a shooting star? Na 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 na. And are you lonely looking for yourself out there?
Here we go. That was fun. We haven't done that one before. New things are fun. Okay. Well, it's awfully quiet out there, but that's okay. We're getting to the end. We got about another 40 minutes left. I'm starting to make silly noises. You know what? I'm going to look up this artist because I really like this artist. And I did one song by them and it was terrible. And I would like to make up for that fact. Yes, hello Tina, how are you? All right, let's see. Let's see if I can figure out one of these guys. Yes, I'm going to do this one. I don't know if Mr. Tremblay is still listening. Probably not, since he gets up very early in the morning. But this would be a band and a song that both he and I would know. And it's got a good little country beat to it.
Lost my lucky ball and chain, now she's 4 years gone. She's 5 feet tall and sick of me and all my rattling on. She threw away her baby doll, I held on to my pride. I was young and foolish then, I feel old and foolish now. Confidentially, she never called me baby doll. Confidentially, I never had much pride. But now I rock a bar stool and I drink for two, just pondering this time bomb in my mind. I lost my lucky ball and chain, Now she's 4 years gone. She's 5 feet tall and sick of me and all my rattling on. She walked away from a happy man. I thought I was so cool. I just stood there whistling. There goes the bride as she walked out the door. There goes the bride as she walked out the door. Well, I could shake my tiny fist and swear I wasn't wrong. What's the sense in arguing when you're all alone? Well, sure as you can steal a train, you can't change your fate. And when she told me off that day, I knew I lost my home. Well, confidentially, I never told you of her charms. Confidentially, we never had a home. But this railroad apartment was the perfect place when she'd sit and hold me in her arms. I lost my lucky ball and chain. Now she's 4 years gone. She's 5 feet tall and sick of me and all my rattling on. She walked away from a happy man. I thought I was so cool, 'cause I just stood there whistling. There goes the bride as she walked out the door. There goes the bride as she walked out the door. There goes the bride as she walked out the door. There goes the bride as she walked out the door.
It's a great tune by They Might Be Giants. Except I finally figured out what they mean by the D6. I don't think they mean D6. It's supposed to be B7. Yeah, it's like, but I was young and foolish then. I feel old and foolish now. It should be B7. I'm just saying, tab guys, putting in your chords there. Ooh, this one would be really tough to do, but I wonder if we could pull it off. Because it has an accordion in it. That's right. I said accordion. I wonder if we can actually find an accordion on this thing. What would that be under? Would that be under ethnic instruments? Nope. Maybe it doesn't have it. Maybe it doesn't have an accordion sound. You guys may be saved from the accordion. We can do it on strings. Oh, I so want to do this if possible. Oh, wow. Let's see. Probably even just do it on piano. Let's see. It's not bad. We're going to try it. What could possibly go wrong? No, nobody really cares, right? Nobody cares at this point. Particle man, doing the things a particle can. What's he like? It's not important. Particle man, is he a dot or is he a speck? When he's underwater, does he get wet? Or does the water get him instead? Nobody knows. Particle man. A triangle man, triangle man, triangle man hates particle man. They have a fight, triangle wins, triangle man. Universe man, size of the entire universe man, usually kind, smaller man, universe man, he's got a watch with a minute hand, millennium hand and a neon hand, and when they meet it's a happy land, powerful man, universe man. Person man, hit on the head with a frying pan, lives his life in a garbage can. Person man, is he depressed or is he a mess? Does he feel totally worthless? Who came up with person man? Degraded man, person man. Triangle man, triangle man, triangle man hates person man. They have a fight, triangle wins, triangle man. Oh man, that was funny. I should learn to redo that with better instrumentation. And probably a little bit faster. But it's such a great tune. I probably just could have done that right on the guitar and not even worried about trying to do it with a beat or anything. You know, there's so many good They Might Be Giants songs, but I have a feeling that most people are not They Might Be Giants fans, and I don't want to overburden people. Alrighty, let's see here. What else do we have in the hopper? Let's see. So yeah, this is the first night in a long amount of days. This is the first day. Today was the first day in a long amount of days where I did not have a nap during the day. Instead, I was caught working on a project, and I'm quite tired. I'm not gonna lie. I'm about ready to fall over. And yeah, I'm sure that's showing through in my performance, but that's okay. Again, we're among friends here. No one's going to care. I spoke earlier about the Chad Mitchell Trio, so I feel like I want to do a Chad Mitchell Trio song for anybody out there who wants to hear it. Oh, Sean Father's Cotton Jenny. We can do that too. Let me do this one first, and then we'll do Cotton Jenny. See if we can move it. Oh, that's much better. All right, here we go. This is a great song about the town of Galveston flood.
I remember one September when the storm winds hit the town. Women and children were crying, Lord, and death was all around. Was that a mighty day, a mighty day, a mighty day, great God, the morning when the storm wind hit the town. The winds began to blow and the rains began to fall. Thunder shafts were crackling, Lord, and the thunder started to roll. Trumpets gave them warning, they better leave this place. They never meant to leave their homes till death was in their face. Wasn't that a mighty day, a mighty day? Wasn't that a mighty day, great God, that morning when the storm winds hit the town? The seas began to roll and the ships they could not land. I heard a captain crying, God, please save this drowning man. Mighty day, a mighty day. Wasn't that a mighty day, great God, that morning when the storm winds hit the town? The trains, they all were loaded with people leaving town. The tracks gave way to the ocean, Lord, and the trains, they went on down. The waters, some like a river, went rushing to and fro. I see my father drowning, Lord, and I watch my mother go. Wasn't that a mighty day, a mighty day? Wasn't that a mighty day, great God, the morning when the storm winds hit the town? Now, death, your hands are icy, you got them on my knee. You took away my mother, now you're coming after me. Wasn't that a mighty day, a mighty day? Wasn't that a mighty day, great God, the morning when the storm winds hit the town? Wasn't that a mighty day, a mighty day? Wasn't that a mighty day, great God, that morning when the storm winds hit the town?
A little depressing, I'll admit it. But now we're gonna fix all that up by playing Mr. Sean Father's request. Oh, cowbell. There's a house on a hill by a worn down weathered old mill in the valley below where the river winds. There's no such thing as bad times in a soft southern flame. Oh, Cotton Jenny's her name. She wakes me up when the sun goes down and the wheels of love go round, wheels of love go round, love go round, love go round. What a joyful sound. I ain't got a penny for Cotton Jenny to spend, no, but then the wheel go round. When a new day begins, I go down to the cotton gin
and I make my time worthwhile to them. Then I climb on back again, and she waits by the door. Oh, Cotton Jenny, I'm sore. She rubs my feet till the sun goes down, and the wheel of love goes round. Wheels of love go round. Love go round, love go round. A joyful sound. I ain't got a penny for Cotton Jenny to spend, but then the wheels go round. In the hot, sickly South, where they say, well, shut my mouth, I can never be free from the cotton grind. But I know I got what's mine. She's a soft southern flame. Oh, Cotton Jenny's her name. She wakes me up when the sun goes down, and the wheels of love go round. Wheels of love go round. Love go round, love go round. A joyful sound. I ain't got a penny for Cotton Jenny to spend. Oh, but then the wheels go round, and the wheels go round, and the wheels go round, and the wheels go round. The wheels go round, and the wheels go round, round and round, and 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 the wheels go round, and the wheels go round. The wheels on that bus, they go round and round, and the horn on the bus goes beep, 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 and the wipers on the bus go swish, 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 and the driver on the bus says, shut your mouth, and the wheels on the bus go round and 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 round. When you're sitting there in your silk upholstered chair, talking to some rich folks that you know, well, I hope you won't see me in my ragged company. Know that I could never be alone. Take me down, little Susie, take me down. I know you think you're the queen of the underground. You can send me 10 flowers every morning. Send me 10 flowers by the mail. Send me 10 flowers to my wedding, and I won't forget to put roses on your grave. sitting back in your rose pink Cadillac, taking bets on Kentucky Derby Day. Be in my basement room with a needle and a spoon. Another girl can take my blues away. Take me down, little Susie, take me down. Do you think you're the queen of the underground? You can send me dead flowers to my wedding. Send me dead flowers by the mail. Send me dead flowers every morning. And I won't forget to put roses on your grave. Take me down, little Susie, take me down. Well, I know you think you're the queen of the underground. You can send me dead flowers every morning. Send me dead flowers with U.S. mail. Send me dead flowers to my wedding. And I won't forget to put roses on your grave. And I won't forget to put roses on your grave. Oh, we are nearly on the verge of collapse here. only what? Only 14 minutes to go. We're good. Let's see in the chat here. Oh, Denny, come on. You're such a nice guy. I am a nut. Yes. Entertaining all the entertainers. I don't know about that. I'm certainly showing everybody what not to do at a piano. Oh, Mr. Dave Jr. You're too kind, Mr. Louis Sauve. Also too kind. That was the Sean Fathers mashup right there. That's what that was. Ah, boy. Are you saying goodbye? Is that what you're saying? Oh, I know what I wanted to try. I saw somebody post this.
Now I should be able to get this. So, I don't know if that'll work. Sounds kind of nice though, doesn't it? Even that just that on its own sounds nice.
Something happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear. There's a man with a gun over there telling me I've got to beware. Think it's time we stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Battle lines being drawn. Nobody's right if everybody's wrong. Young people speaking their minds, getting so much resistance from behind. It's time we stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look at what's going down. What a field day for the heat. 1,000 people in the street, singing songs and carrying signs. Mostly say hooray for our side. It's time we stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look at what's going down. Paranoia strikes deep into your life, it will creep. It starts when you're always afraid. Step out of line, the man come and take you away. Better stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look at what's going. You better stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look at what's going. You better stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look at what's going. You better stop. Children, what's that sound? Everybody look at what's going down. Paranoia strikes deep, into your life it will creep. It starts when you're always afraid. Step out of line, the man come and take you away. You better stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going. You better stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going. You better stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going. You better stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down.
We might be able to do Mr. Soul. I love that tune, but I've never tried it. Never, not once tried it. But if I can look it up real quick, and if I can get the chord structure down, and more importantly the words, because that one I don't know the words to, but I love that tune, and that'll close out the night if we can pull it off. Let's see. Hello, Mr. Soul. Think that I wrote you a letter. I'm going to try, Rob. I'm going to try. But I let her. I heard British Beat. No, not British Beat. Peace Garden did this song, and Angelo Alfini sang it, and it was so flippin' good. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I've sort of heard them do it, and I've heard Buffalo Springfield do it, but so let's see. It's like a.
For the thought that I caught in my head is the event of the season. White crowds just a trace in my face could seem so pleasing. Well, I'll cop to the charge, but a stranger is putting the tease on. I was down on the ground when the messenger brought me a letter. I was raised by the praise of a fan who said I upset her. Any girl in the world could have easily known me better. She said, you're strange, but don't change in a letter. Can't get no satisfaction. I can't get no satisfaction. much faster. Is it strange I should change? I don't know. Why don't you ask her? Is it strange I should change? I don't know. Why don't you ask her? Is it strange I should change? I don't know. Why don't you ask her? 'Cause I can't get no. I can't get no. I can't get no. No, no, no. Oh, hey, hey, hey. What I said when I said what I said. Well, hello, Mr. Soul. I dropped by to pick up a reason for the thought that I caught that my head is the event of the season. Why you crowd just a trace of my face could seem so pleasing. Well, I'll cop to the change, but a stranger is putting the tease on.
Well, there we go. Mr. Soul can't get no satisfaction. That wasn't too bad, actually. Anyway, it is now 12:01. We've been streaming for 5 hours, 1 minute, and 12 seconds. And I'm tired. I want to thank my guests very much. Julianne Marentet, Mr. Christopher Tremblay, Eduardo Espinoza, and Emily Varga, for being gracious enough to grace me with their conversations. And thank all you guys, of course, for all the requests. That was fantastic. And yeah, we'll do it again tomorrow. Unbelievably. Yeah, so we will now take a quick break from our sponsors, and then we will go right to the end title. Thank you guys so much. And if there's anything that that people would like to perform on the show, just have them pass out my email address. Make sure you go to the YouTube channel, click subscribe. That way you'll know when we go live. I mean, it's pretty much every day at 7, but just in case. And until then, be the path of least resistance, which is just to be kind. Anything else takes extraordinary effort. So just be decent. And thank you guys so much. Thank you, Lewis. You don't have to thank me for the entertainment. Thank you for being willing to listen. Until tomorrow, be well. Rockstar Music Hall is Windsor's premier event and concert hall. Turnkey productions for concerts, theater productions, trade shows, fundraisers, and home of the Rockstar Wedding. The Platinum Room Banquet Hall is a wedding and event venue featuring in-house services for everything such as catering, decorations, DJ, officiant, i.e. you can get married there, and much more. They do it all and make it easy for you, located directly above Rockstar Music Hall. Partners with and located at Platinum Room Rockstar Music Hall, Windsor Weddings provide wedding and event services such as live entertainment, DJ, photography, photo booths, decorating, and efficient services. The Border City Dance Company provides education in dance and performing arts under the direction of Melissa Williams. Melissa is known for her work with Prince, Britney Spears, James Franco, Sarah Gaden, Josh Gad, Elizabeth Berkley, Michael Caine, and Randy Quaid, among others, and her choreography has been featured on television in shows such as So You Think You Can Dance Canada Seasons 1-4, Bomb Girls, Kim's Convenience, 11/22/63, and in countless commercials for big names such as TD Canada Trust Bank, Adidas, and Sun Life Financial. Also the main stage for the 2015 Para-Pan Am opening ceremonies and the 2016 FINA opening ceremonies and gala. Border City Dance Company is located at Platinum Room and Rockstar Music Hall.